world. Two major ones to talk about: Unreal Engine, you all might have heard about, that's the one that's often used in very, very high-end stuff, virtual production, all that kind of thing. And Unity, used much more broadly, and there's the market shares, 50% nearly for Unity. So we'll talk a bit about Unity. So big numbers, there's lots and lots of big numbers. Unity, the game engine used for making games, used for making lots of industry-related things too, but massive, massive numbers. 30 billion, I don't know, there's lots and lots of downloads, stuff that I've user experience in Unity, but I can't even imagine 30 billion anything. But that is the reach of game engines as they currently stand. And like I say, Unity represents only less than half the market of game engines. So it's a massive, massive world already, and there's lots of infrastructure. Already, as you can see there, 60% of VR and AR experiences are already made using Unity. So huge amount of capability already in play. That's what the development tool looks like. So you can see, yeah, it's a 3D world, there's characters in, stuff like that, and you can configure all that and do all sorts of fancy things with it. That's typically what a game engine looks like, regardless of which one you look at. And again, so you can imagine when you look at something like that, how that could be used to build the sort of metaverse experiences that Rob was talking about earlier. But there's more broader applications. So obviously video game development we all know, and then when we're thinking about careers, these are things that you can see as points of entry. So if you got a career in video game development, you're well set up for working in the metaverse. Locally, lots and lots of jobs. 50% of Northwest Game Development based in Manchester, and it's a big number of people in the UK. It's a huge industry. Just to put some into context, TT Games, maker of every single Lego game in the world, is based in Knutsford. Cloud Imperium Games, you might have heard about, Star Citizen, all this kind of stuff, based in central Manchester, currently hiring about 400 people over the next couple of years, massively growing this amazing studio in the heart of Manchester. Team 17, probably know Worms games, all that kind of stuff. Basically, most games you look at now that run up that are fun normally have a Team 17 logo on the front. They're based at Media City. So loads and loads and loads of opportunities, and that's just a few of them. Not just used, like I say, in games, this game tech stuff. Architectural engineering, you can see how they use it for building visualization, whether it be seeing the inside of your building or modelling the outside and all that kind of stuff. So lots of work there. Used in training, in healthcare and all this kind of things. So again, using these immersive related opportunities to immerse people and really truly train them without the need of all that expensive equipment and people and things like that. So, you know, really quite an opportunity there as well. Virtual meetings and events have been a big take off recently, particularly during the pandemic and things like that, where everyone migrated towards things like Zoom and then felt, well, actually this is not quite enough for us, what can we do that's further to that? So we've got a lot of things now where they've integrated virtual reality meetings where you can meet up and actually have a sense of presence, if you like, and then get body language back from people and things like that. But equally, as you can see there, integrate Zoom into there. You can have people video conferencing in and stuff like that, and you know, have these rich worlds where you can have as many whiteboards you like, as much meeting space as you like. And that's quite enabling for a lot of businesses that maybe, you know, I used to go down to central London quite a lot, and meeting space was at a massive premium. You know, people couldn't afford meeting space because the floor space was so expensive. Being able to have a meeting space as big as you like, whenever you like, was quite enabling and quite a great opportunity. And when you think about that as a category, I mean, there's already dozens of these applications out there now, rolled out at an international level, that allow you to do this kind of thing. That itself is the fabric of the metaverse. You know, these things are going to expand and go further and become an element within the metaverse of things that we can do there. Virtual production, again, you might have seen things like The Mandalorian and on Disney Plus and all the rest of it, all filmed using virtual production, which is basically a derivative virtual reality type technology. You know, we track the camera, you know, we have a big screen in the background that shows the current perspective, often using Unreal Engine as its thing, so it's game engine enabled. And again, those industries are recruiting massively from anyone who knows anything about game engines and real-time tech. So it's all very, very related. Esports, another huge opportunity as well. You've probably seen this. This is now, you know, every football team in the world are really interested in what's going on with esports, because they're fundamentally seeing their audience shift. That younger audience who are growing up with video games want to consume video games as a spectator sport and want to participate in there professionally. And that whole area is growing massively. And there's lots of stuff that we're doing actually here as well on Media City in and around this area. But again, all related to game tech related things. And you can think that audience for esports are going to want a lot more than just watching a 2D feed. They're going to want more interaction, more connectivity, you know, to spectate on esports, as well as the participation factor as well. These are some of the tools used for visualizing and connecting to these kind of opportunities, these kind of experiences, like I say, as Rob mentioned before, typically if you've got an immersive interface to the metaverse, if you like, and we're seeing this more realistic for us, you'd be using tools like virtual reality, which we're all familiar with and you're seeing here, you know, which is completely replacing our world with an entirely digital world of whatever that may be. It can be realistic, it can be fantasy, it can be whatever, but fundamentally we can be in believable digital worlds in its entirety. You've got mixed reality, also known as augmented reality, but Microsoft likes to use a different term to make it sound different, which is introducing digital things into our existing world. So it's complementing, it's adding something to our world, but maintaining the realism of our existing world. And there's a bit of a hybrid there as well, because some virtual reality headsets are putting cameras in there now to do colour representations of our world, so you can almost do see-through VR, where your VR headset allows you to see the world around you and then augment it as well. So, you know, we're already seeing lots and lots of things like that. And then conventional smartphone augmented reality is another way. Again, a bit more friction involved in that. So we're really seeing that form factor changing, where we're moving away from having something in our pocket to something on our face, which we'll talk about in a bit. So in summary, it's not just for games, game tech. It's much broader than that, many other industries. And Manchester's got a really, really strong ecosystem for game tech already. Not only have we got the studios that make games and things like that, but actually some of the technology providers like Cubic Motion, for example, which is now known as Unreal Manchester. They invented all the digital face tech that's used in virtual production, high-end productions, where you literally can't tell a real-time face apart from a real face. They've used that in things like The Matrix recently to show you how well they could represent real people. Phenomenal technology, and all made in Manchester. So lots and lots of stuff going on there. And again, you know, from our perspective, we have the Unity Centre of Excellence. The only one in the UK is actually based at Media City, at Host, right in the heart of Media City here, which is an amazing thing given the reach of Unity, as you've already seen. And again, there's lots of activities going on around that. And again, University of Salford also has an element of the Centre of Excellence on campus going forward as well. So really big opportunities there. So where's it all heading? This is the why we should be bothered bit. So this is a terrible slide, but I'll put it on anyway. I just need to, I'm not an artist, but here we go. One of the main things is going to be amplification of interactive content. You know, fundamentally, as people move on, you know, I imagine my kids aren't going to be that interested in looking at Amazon and picking something from a load of two-dimensional tiles and going, that's what I want, thank you very much. You know, what we really want is something to be much more realistic and interactive and understandable. So for example, if I'm going to pick a new bag for my laptop, something like that, rather than just seeing a picture of it, I'd rather see a virtual image of it that's the right scale, and I can go hold my laptop against it. Will it fit? Let's have a look inside it. Where's the zip pockets? What does it look like? How big can I get this in? Can I get that in? Does the strap adjust? You know, all those things can be done digitally and interactively, and that demands real-time 3D graphics. Again, going back to these things that the essential parts of what a metaverse is. So fundamentally, we can imagine our websites are going to become, where they've migrated from a bit 2D to more video. The next step is going to be much more about three-dimensional related content on there. The evolution of our immersive interface is going to be massive as well. At the moment, VR headsets, as we tried here, we get our head in there, we can see in 3D, it's amazing, we can move our head around, we've got some controls, we can see where our hands are. But the way it's going to work in the future is already voice input's going to be a massive thing. That's very well established already in smart speakers and things like that. Very robust, we're learning to trust that, we're getting on with that, that's going to evolve further. Finger tracking, even these headsets you get here, 350 quid Oculus Quest headsets, can robustly track our hands. You just put your hands in front of them, your hands are there in a digital world. A lot of work's being done on that, on basically smartphone level processors can do that already. You know, it's really, really quite strong. And that will just become a much more natural and lower friction interface that we can all make use of when we're wearing things like smart glasses. Body tracking as well. These headsets have cameras that know where they are in the world, but they're already starting to adopt them to say, well, actually, they can look at my body and maybe know where my feet are, and my legs are, and my arms are, and suddenly my elbows are in the right place, and my knees are right, and you know, my body can be brought into this world as well and be made much more believable from my perspective that I'm really truly part of this world. Face tracking, the cameras can point back at my face and maybe bring all my facial expression into the world. So when we've got these digital avatars, you know, people know if I'm smiling, if I'm laughing, if I'm, you know, whatever it would be. And that really breaks down one of the key barriers that people see about digital technology, which is that it's not the same as being in the same room as someone, though, is it? There's a little bit of a difference. They can eradicate all them differences quite readily with technology as it stands. Biometrics, again, we've got things on our faces, things whatever, on our wrists, all the rest of it. We can read our heart rate, we can read all sorts of other senses of ours that might be of use to us, where we could then have sports games where it helps us keep our heart in a certain range or whatever it might be. Lots of opportunity for things like that could also be brought into play with sensors. And muscle stimulation. So one key issue with virtual reality is things are virtual, so you can't touch them. But actually there's already technology that allows our muscles to be manipulated. So if there's a digital box on the table, if I put my hand on it, my arm could be stopped and I'd get a true sensation that there would be something there. All that is very possible. So all those things are going to be how this immersive interface can evolve, and you can imagine the opportunities that they might unlock for us in terms of the future. Virtual agents, so I talked about Cubic Motion, for example, in Manchester, creating a lot of this digital technology for making very realistic avatars, so we can have our faces or anything we like looking totally 100% believable and realistic. But it's not just about the way they look. You can use AI to drive them, and already things like Magic Leap's Mika and lots of other examples of virtual agents that actually have emotion. So unlike when you're talking to your smart speaker that just gives you flat answers and it's quite dry in a lot of ways, these agents would have a lot more AI to sense and be more sensitive and have personality and all the rest of it. And that is all, again, very, very doable and will be a thing. And again, you can think about the great opportunities there for, rather than, as it might be, if you've got a problem with your broadband and you're trying to get onto your broadband provider and you're waiting in a call stack of about 100 people, waiting 45 minutes for someone to help you, and then you pass from department to department. Wouldn't it be great if you just magic up a virtual agent who stands there, sympathises with you, gets it sorted straight away and gone, you're done, and you don't have to wait because there's an infinite supply of them because they're digital. And all that's very, very doable, and lots of people looking at that. So again, metaverse related things, we've probably seen Ready Player One, which is the digital version of the metaverse, where everything's entirely digital, and there will definitely be a place for that, where the primary interface will be something like virtual reality. But there's also another aspect of that, which we'll come to in a second, which I think is more worth talking to. But one thing that underpins a lot of this will be cloud rendering. So at the moment, when we think about these devices we have here, or we think about our computers we're playing games, or our consoles, we often think, well, actually I have to invest money in that thing, and it's expensive, and I want a good one where I can render really good pictures. It's going to cost me an awful lot more for that hardware, which basically means not everyone can have them. So the one thing that's going to change in this regard is cloud rendering, which is a big thing. So the idea then being that actually, just as now our websites are served to us from a central server, and we have a very simple browser, you can buy a Chromebook for like 50 quid off eBay or whatever that does a brilliant job of browsing the internet. It doesn't need to be an expensive device. Well, actually, all this rendering can be migrated to the cloud, and it's already proven. There's already systems like PlayStation Now, Google Stadia, all this kind of stuff where you got 4K 60 Hz video streamed to your home with an interactive experience, and you couldn't tell the difference whether it's on a local console or coming from a data center. But fundamentally, that is what can be used to power, if you like, to drive smart glasses and things like that, and VR headsets, which means we don't have to have the expensive performance here of something we all buy. We can have something mainly like a display, a bit like a Google Fire Stick with a little TV bolted onto it, making the cost very, very, very low, making it much more accessible, making it very democratized. So that's likely to be where a lot of this goes. And that brings on to this point really, which is the future of smart glasses. And Rob mentioned this, one day we'll all have smart glasses. I absolutely believe that will be the case. And I think that these will fundamentally replace the smartphone. There's already businesses that are investing in anyone who's making it, any component that's going to go into smart glasses in the future, investing heavily in that space already. The smartphone will move on in a lot of ways. It's the wrong form factor, the way that most of us use it. We're constantly pulling it out, notifying us all the time. It's beeping, we're having to buy smartwatches to keep up with the notifications. The form factor is wrong for its current utilisation. Why we call it a phone, I don't know, because no one ever uses a phone really anymore in most cases. It's basically a digital computer thing, if you like. And fundamentally, its display belongs in our vision, our peripheral vision. So we can get our notifications there and all the rest of it, and that leads entirely into what Rob was showing in terms of once we have that form factor there, imagine all the things that we can do that make our lives easier and allow us to manage what effectively we already have, just with higher friction. And that's what a lot of people think. They think this horrendous world we've all got, it's going to be horrendous. What's the world going to be like? But it's like we've got that already. We're already there. Our smartphone does that. The only thing is it's a hassle to get it out of our pocket sometimes, but fundamentally it does all these things that we've been talking about. And again, the nice thing with that, with cloud streaming, fundamentally these smartphones, these smart glasses are not likely to be crazy expensive, because the battery can probably last all day because it's just streaming video, and that's all it does. If you have your smartphone streaming video all day, it'll probably do 8 hours, on a small battery. So, and it has a tiny display rather than a smartphone which has got a big bright display. So all the maths should work out, and we'll have these probably in the next 5 to 10 years, I imagine. So fundamentally, this is what unlocks the true potential of metaverse. Not the metaverse that's presented in Ready Player One, where it's entirely digital, but a metaverse which overlays our real world and integrates into our daily lives. That's where the true value is of a metaverse. But fundamentally, it's exactly the same tech as the fully digital one. It's 3D, it's real time, all that kind of thing. It's connected, underpinned by game tech. So from a career opportunity, if you're doing anything in that game tech space, you're already doing the right sort of things to be part of this world. And I certainly believe it will be as pervasive as the internet. This will be a replacement. This will be the next generation of it. It'll move on to that degree. And here's a horrendous video. The only reason I show this is deliberately meant to be a video that overdoes it and makes us all think this is horrible. But I show this because it packs an awful lot into a very small space of time. It gives you some ideas about what could happen, in terms of the ability for things to be overlaid into our display. Unfortunately, we'd all have the ability to filter things out just as we can with our normal phones. But there's some really interesting concepts in there, and I often use this because it's the best way in just a couple of minutes of people seeing something and going, oh, that was clever. But yeah, the whole dystopian side of it, just try and ignore that bit. But anyway, it gives you an idea of what could be done and what our world could be like. If you want to know more about it, again, host, we do lots of stuff on that, and Lauren's going to talk about that in another presentation, so hang around for that. She'll explain a lot more about that. But fundamentally, a few bits about what we do. We have the Unity Centre of Excellence there, which is again the game engine side of it and lots of other bits. We do lots of stuff on innovation across lots of topics. We work with a lot of startup businesses to help them find their way, whether it be in metaverse directions or whatever that might be, or lots of other things associated with our technologies. And we also do an awful lot when it comes to skills to make sure people have got an ongoing opportunity to develop their skills and give them relevant skills for this rapidly evolving world of technology. And we've got loads of people that we talk to all the time, including lots of game studios and game tech related businesses and stuff like that. And that's it. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks very much, Simon. As was mentioned, Lauren's going to give us another talk in about 10 minutes. Incredible just to see how much is happening, but particularly how much is happening in this region. So you're in great company. We're going to have another few minutes of play, so if you haven't had a go on something yet, try it. Grab a headset. Everything looks pretty open at this point. We have around 15 different experiences for you to try, so if you haven't had a go on all of them yet, which you won't have, then have a little play. Nope. Yep. You guys have a go with me? Yeah, I think they're all the same. No, they just choose everything. So the same. Yeah, headsets have everything in. So they just choose what have you tried so far? Imagine, have a go on something. What happens if have a go with something? You will. Make sure. Thank you. Oh yeah, so what did you play? Yeah, what did you try? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, see what else you can find. There's other things. Someone else. Yeah. I don't know if we have a shooting. We have one that's called First Steps that does have some shooting in it. It's more of a tutorial for our space. It's interesting to then get to see the range of functionality. It's very much so it's working with it. Worst thing is what to do for like a list of experiences. See like a list of games. Choose any one of those. So yeah, I changed by
Oh, actually, yes, I do try to. I've sent her emails. Yeah, try it. The first step, I think it's quite a friendly environment. Yeah, and that'll take you through how to use the controls. Yeah, and it'll show you how to use it. The first step teaches you how to use it. You're ready to load it to that. Yes, if you're ready to talk, you can be right on space. Just shout when you get too close to it. I mean, to be honest, I just want to get to being useful. So I've pitched it to Yeah, I think so. I've seen it. The ocean is really fun. We don't have too many of those loaded just for sort of animals-wise, natural geographic, it's kind of quite advanced to those they're about 3 million. Yeah, you get it. Yeah, so that's the reason why we've got extended battle packs and extended battle. Yeah, so you can get
Plenty going on.
Maybe my management just try and so this is not what's going on. This is not what's part of what experience are you inside?
Nice to meet you, Simon.
Sorry? I'm in my father's now. Alright, yeah, so you're in the ocean. So what you need to take your arm and you can reach out to your elbow and it'll take you there close. So I try to scroll. So it's not like in this, maybe yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? You do get really, really bad.
I just want to say the most important thing is definitely along with the freelancers I'm really enjoying them interesting to know that there are a couple of things that you're aware of your own limitations.
Yeah, so I hear
Yeah? Try that.
No, you do lose yeah, you forget how so this time does have to balance itself. You get too No, this has got no static hardware in it. So what it'll do, it'll bring you out, and it's got cameras on the front, so it'll let you show you. It'll show you what it is. So that's yeah. So if you go outside of that area, it'll bring you back to this time. Yeah. So. Yeah. So if you go outside of that area, it's back here. So 4 minutes to 10 hours. It's quite interesting. Someone found a shipwreck once. They've not managed to find out.
Get you started.
No, so we're trying to do a little bit. So, say
Okay, we're going to get started with the next talk. Carry on playing. By all means, don't jump out unless you need to or want to. But we're going to hear now, as Simon mentioned earlier, from Lauren Monks, who's over at Host just around the corner. And Lauren will introduce herself and tell you what she does.
Okay, hello everybody. So my name's Lauren Monks. I'm the Director of Skills City over at Host, and my sort of main priorities are around connecting people with opportunities. So we work with those who are age 19 over for the most part, and we connect them into industry professionals and opportunities that we know are happening in and around Manchester and Salford particularly, but also nationally as well. So Host at Salford, and I know Simon sort of alluded to this before, but just to give you a bit of a sort of better understanding about Host and what our priorities are and what we do. Host is sort of founded on 3 pillars, so skills, innovation and startups, and the skills and the innovation are probably what apply to you more so today. But we're really sort of passionate about ensuring that there are opportunities to develop skills, but also for innovation, and Simon talked more so about innovation, so I'll focus more on the skills side of things today. So we're really passionate about, and you can see here we've got our DNA, we're really passionate about humanising technology. We don't want this to be something that is only sort of targeted at specific kinds of people. We want technology, digital technology, to be applicable and sort of available to everybody, and we want to humanise it, and we want to make sure that people are aware that these opportunities are available. So we run something called the zero to hero approach. We want to make sure that people that maybe have no background in technology, maybe have no experience, have the opportunities to be connected in and really sort of experience digital and technology. And we do that across 6 main tech denominations, including games development and immersive technology, but also into cybersecurity, AWS Restart, which is sort of cloud engineering. We also look at software engineering and data analytics. So we run 6 sort of main features of across digital and technology. So here's just a little bit more information really about what we do over at Skills City. So we map a lot of what we do into level 4 and level 6 apprenticeships. So if you do one of our skills boot camps, and we do find that a lot of sort of university leavers will do this because it's more specific. So the skills that you'll learn over the 12-week boot camp, and it's fully funded, so it's no cost to you at all. But the skills that you learn over those 12 weeks are really niche and specific to workplaces. And, you know, Simon delivers on some of our boot camps, as does Keith, who I did just see a minute ago. He's over there somewhere, I'm sure. There he is at the back. So, you know, we use industry professionals and industry specialists to deliver on these boot camps. It's not just it's different to university in that way. It's, the people that we use are from a wide range of backgrounds, and we also work with companies and organisations to deliver a project. And we've recently just sort of developed this into the 12-week programme that you do is the equivalent to a full term at university. It's the equivalent to 60 university credits. So if you were going on to do the level 6 apprenticeship more specifically into something like software engineering or cybersecurity, for example, obviously we've got the games development and the immersive technologies as well, but that it saves you a full term at university if you were looking into one of those areas. So we do a variety of different qualifications that you can see on there. I won't read it out to you, and we also guarantee you a job interview at the end of those boot camps. So we work with different members of our team to work with employers, so and they range massively, and Simon uses his personal network as well to sort of develop opportunities to experience these projects, so that you're able to practice the skills that you're learning, you apply them, you deliver a project, and it gives you that tangible experience as well outside of the world of academia. The other thing that I wanted to talk to you about is our plans moving forward. So in the next 2 years, we are really developing this our over at Host, which is opposite Costa. I know Simon did explain this. We are launching something called Game Tech, and it's going to be one of our floors is going to be designed specifically to support the gaming industry. So it's over a course of 2 years, and it's going to be a real sort of centre of excellence to play on the Unity language there, but it's going to be a centre of excellence for gaming. So there's going to be spaces for gaming tournaments, for games design, for training, for development, and that's something that we're really we've put an awful lot into, and we know is going to generate a lot of opportunities, particularly employment opportunities in Media City, but in and around Salford as well. And that's something that, linking back in earlier to our DNA and our 3 pillars, we are passionate about ensuring these opportunities for local people. As an organisation, we are purposely at Media City. We don't want to be based in Manchester city centre. We want to move opportunities to Media City and to Salford to ensure that we are enriching the lives of those locally, and that we are really utilising local talent. So that's something that is a conscious decision of ours to do. So you can see here, this is sort of how we are developing our Game Tech area. So the Immersive and Game Tech campus is starting June, hopefully build, July perhaps, and we're hoping to be sort of fully functioning this year, ready to continue developing over the next 2 years. So we haven't quite got the okay to be sharing those floor plans and those designs with you. I did try and push for it, but they're not quite ready to be shared with you. But what I can tell you is that it looks absolutely insane. It's going to be something that we haven't got in the north of England yet. So please do keep your eye out and follow us on LinkedIn and your socials to have that understanding of when that's launching, because it is going to be something that's really exciting. So the other thing that we, sort of alluding to what I've already said really, we are really passionate about ensuring that we have an economic and social impact specifically in Salford. So I will leave some flyers for you to have a look at, but we are looking at these opportunities being fulfilled by local people, and we will be working really closely with University of Salford to offer these opportunities to your learners so that you have the opportunity to fulfil these roles, because we are aware that there's so much talent in Salford at Salford University that it is obviously it makes sense to utilise who we've got locally to fill these positions. So really rapidly growing, something that's really exciting that we are really looking forward to sort of showcasing in the next few months. So as I said, please do follow us on socials and have a look at this. There will be several opportunities for you guys to sort of fulfil in Media City in the coming months. And that's about it from me, so thank you very much.
Fantastic, and as you can tell, all our speakers here are locals to the region, even local to this particular postcode as well, and this square. So do sort of check in with them. There's lots of stuff happening in the pipeline. And thank you very much, Lauren. So we have a couple more speakers lined up for the rest of today. Again, we'll have a gap and have a bit of a play, so jump into stuff, talk to people, introduce yourself. We're going to hear from Keith Myers in a moment. a very long-standing friend and collaborator of the university who's doing incredible work. So back in 5 minutes or so. Thanks so much.
See like a list of game you can choose from. Yeah, just try that you take your thumb to put them in under these rings as well as buttons inside these rings. The controls we use are quite tricky. See like the colour palette as well.
Oh, it's a one.
Yeah, so I'll press that button. That come up to see quit. You aim quit, just need to take you back to the main menu and choose it. The first step is really good. Actually, just stand in the take your control. That's what you're after.
It's quite set in a weird way that most Mac users don't have, because I know how.
Yeah, no, it is though. It is like even like this. I asked because my.
Maybe I just assumed you don't know anything.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. Let's get.
So is would that be something that would be not as
The video
Lego
is
sort
like
of
a presentation, it's a video.
Yeah, should be.
Like sound.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's no way.
So that's right.
So what's the most good?
Okay, so we're going with another talk now from Keith Myers, as I mentioned, a long-term friend. We were just discussing, I think it was 2015-16, we started working together, and it's been wonderful to see your trajectory, Keith, over the years. So over to you.
Brilliant. Thanks, Andy. Welcome, everyone. Hope you're all having a good day. You've got some nice coffee down here. You're all feeling very refreshed. How are we doing? You okay? Yeah? Good? Yeah, there we go. So, thanks, Andy, again for... I'm just going to move this mic, actually. Might be a bit easier for me to have it there. So, my talk today is really going to focus around my own personal journey through immersive technology. I'm a practitioner of the arts, a little bit of computer science, and when I come onto this in a moment, you'll see my sort of trajectory, where I've come from. And hopefully, by the end of this 10 minutes, you'll be able to relate to this and maybe see an opportunity for yourself, how you can get involved in a technology that's kind of exploding right now. There we go. So who am I? So I'm Keith Myers. I am a trained filmmaker and AR and VR developer. I'm also the creative director of AV Immerse. I guest lecture at several universities, including Oxford University, Manchester, Liverpool John Moores University, Manchester Met, amongst others. I'm also the lead trainer, as Lauren mentioned a moment ago, at Unity Centre of Excellence at Media City, which is just across the road or next door. I've created work for Manchester International Festival, and my discipline, or I guess industries now that I work in, include healthcare, heritage and the arts. So kind of a broad journey really, but I just want to mention what Andy just said then. And when I started out in immersive tech, I started getting involved in around 2015, and I didn't have any sort of understanding of what VR really was then. I just played an experience on VR on the old Samsung VR headset around my friend's house, and I thought, well, isn't this really interesting? And I was a student at Manchester Metropolitan at the time. I just decided at that point to really thrust myself into this thing, like this kind of new technology. And I went to all the extra classes, I went to all the extra talks, and now from that journey, 7 years ago, I'm running my own tech company in the region. I'm doing a lot of innovative stuff that I'll show you in a moment in this space. So I think, if you think about where you are today, then this opportunity does present itself to you, and it's just about putting that effort in, meeting people. Networking is probably the most important thing, and it's just finding that opportunity. Here's a little bit about what we do, if it plays the sound. That was actually made here. So a lot of 360 camera technology being used and shown here. I guess since we put this together, we're working with a lot of artificial intelligence and XR avatars now. But one of the examples there, we got a little robot who's like waving at you. That was actually made in this place. It started off being made in this university just before COVID-19 hit. And it was actually the week before COVID-19 happened. And we were working together, weren't we, Annabeth, upstairs? And we were doing this VR lab together. And that's another thing that I also attended as well. All the virtual reality labs in the region. I went to all the VR Manchester talks as well. And although COVID happened, it kind of like enabled me as a business practitioner to really develop my own practice. So I've seen COVID as an opportunity, actually. So that's just a flavour. We've incorporated in 2019 our ethos, or our branding, if you like, is top quality production, boundless innovation, imagination and creativity. We started to build a team in 2021, so we started to hire Unity developers now. We're on the lookout for more Unity developers. As I say, we've worked across varying sectors, heritage being my personal favourite. What kind of pays the bills right now is kind of medtech, so building simulations for the medical industry, making things using artificial intelligence, working in a space where you're communicating with avatars in real time, asking the avatars questions and they're responding to you. So because we've got this convergence of different technologies happening now with AI and all this other stuff, then I think it's a real interesting and exciting time for XR tech. I'll talk about that in a moment. So over the last 12 months, we've seen development of our own team, and we're going to keep on doing that. So XR tools, I just want to briefly mention off the back of what Simon and Lauren have said and Rob at the beginning. So XR tools being virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, I guess falling under that bracket. That's kind of what our practice is, what we're doing. We're looking to develop solutions or products for brands. What we primarily offer is virtual reality, augmented reality. We do a little bit of drone stuff as well, so we started to dabble in LiDAR, which is another sort of like convergent technology where you mix in, you get real-time data from the air and building 3D models or 3D representations of the environment. We've actually got a talk next month, I will mention at the end about this. So this is what we're trying to do, we're trying to push this forward. I guess 360 video is a component of that. You know, it's kind of our ethos here is if you've got someone you want to bring into the real life situation, VR can transport you like no other medium, and that's why we're really pushing that medtech stuff. I wouldn't be giving myself a good service if I didn't mention one of the game engines. So Unity being the primary service or game engine that we work with. When I say service, I think about it as kind of a service now, because Unity is free out of the box, so you can actually access Unity, download it, start playing around with it. If you've not done that already, then definitely have a go. Have a look at Unity Learn. It's a fantastic resource to teach yourself about game engine production. As Simon mentioned before, it's not just about XR technology, it's about real-time filmmaking. It's used for architecture, engineering, construction now, so you can build experiences. One of the things we use it for a lot is virtual reality and augmented reality experiences as well. But that landscape is shifting as well, of course, with cloud computing. This is kind of like the Unity interface. This is what it would look like. You get this kind of triptych outline. So you've got the hierarchy on the left, then your project view in the middle, then you've got the sort of inspector on the right hand side. So most game engines kind of have this, or most mainstream game engines kind of have this structure. So Unity again can be used to construct a lot of different things. It's primarily used for big games, AAA titles, Counter-Strike, League, Fortnite, Call of Duty, Hearthstone, Rainbow Six and FIFA. These are what we can use game engines for, but there's specific Unity products that have actually been made, like Hearthstone and games like that. I think the Beat Saber was made in Unity as well. But again, we can also use it for augmented reality, TV and film, visual designs, even fashion shows. So a lot of people are now using it for creating their own immersive shared space, because a lot of the tools now are getting more and more sophisticated with Unity. So definitely worth one checking out. Immersive tech is a transformation. We've still got a massive shortage in the UK in this sector. There's a big cry out for programmers, developers, and there's a real opportunity to address that skills gap. So I've seen myself as somebody who's trying to address that and help with that through my role, not just teaching at university, but working with hosts as well and delivering out of the academies. So I see myself as someone who's trying to leverage that to try and help the next generation to develop these skills in the industry. This is Unity's kind of ethos, or I guess it's a bit of a blueprint. This is where they want to segment different categorizations of people. So you've got the certified user, the certified associate, then you've got the professional, the expert, and Unity give a barometer here for the number of years that they ideally expect you to have in each one of these. So right now we've been working at Host through the certified associate, but we're also doing the professional programmer and professional artist route as well. So these will give you a certification of approval from Unity to say that you're I guess a qualification, a bit of extra thing. I think for me, the primary thing that you should be looking at as students is developing your own portfolio. But if you have this nice certificate on top of that, it's a real icing on top of the cake. So definitely one worth considering too. just want to mention some of the projects in particular. So just some of the images here. We're working with, as I said at the beginning, training simulators for next generation healthcare. So working with artificial intelligence, voice recognition software to have a conversation with avatars in real time in a VR environment. So much so that when you speak to, well, it's kind of getting there, but when you speak to these avatars, they will actually give you a response. They will talk back to you. And this is because of the advent of cloud computing and the accessibility of Unity in collaboration with Oculus Quest 2 or the Meta Quest now. So there's a real opportunity to delve in that particular field. Some of the stuff we've been doing as well, we've been working with engineers to develop landmine detection tools. We've been working with fashion brands. One of my favourite things is the heritage side of things, and that's kind of like where I want to grow the business a little bit more. Some of the examples at the beginning of the 360 camera technology, during COVID, we were recording things for theatres as well, kind of trying to make these live performances. We did things for Gymshark. We made a soft skills employee training simulator. So basically an angry customer becomes more angry than when you speak to them, depending on your interaction. So this is, I guess, a gamified experience. So programming Unity to determine how that person should respond based upon your choice. So the way in which we did that, we filmed it all using 360 camera technology, brought it into the game engine, and then we kind of made this decision tree structure to do that. And then we did a similar approach for the NHS and one of the contracts we had, training GPs how to deal with certain situations. This was for antimicrobial resistance training, and a short way of explaining that, when you go to a doctor to get some antibiotics and he says no because you've got a sore throat, go away. It's like we're creating the training simulations to try and teach the GPs what the correct diagnosis is in those situations. We did a degree show Mars project for Liverpool John Moore's fashion students, so they could have a fashion show still. So this was an online experience we made. Then my own personal thing, when I was doing a master's program, I also combined it with a commercial project as well to create this app, it's a commercial app where you can explore Neolithic history, stepping through portals. So this is augmented reality. Again, that's kind of my passion. And then one of the trusts we work with, the Carbon Landscape, again working to make augmented reality. This was a experiential experience, if you like. It's a bit of a posh word for having an experience in a place, I guess. You might hear these kind of strange terms like immersive or experiential when you come into this field as well. Get used to it. And then we made this project as well. This is for dementia patients, again through kind of a collaboration between a health authority and the Wildlife Trust to create a piece of work that would be taken to dementia cafes that people would experience and giving them a sense of nature, essentially. And we're still developing further products now. Again, going into the medtech stuff. We're doing a lot now with that, and then we're still working on the engineer solutions, and got a couple of projects kicking around on the heritage. And just on the benefits of immersive tech, it's really an opportunity to make your brand stand out, reducing costs for mistakes. So this is part of our ethos, that we're trying to sell our products and service based upon what immersive technology can do. So particularly around the VR aspect, it can put you in a training simulation and reduce the ability for you to actually go to a physical site. So that's one thing, it can be remote, but also it allows you to create a controlled environment for your training as well. And that's a massive benefit for medical technologies as well. This is a huge field, it's really exploding right now. There's loads of things going on. I'm going to shut up in a moment, but if you want to get in touch with me, it's contact@avimmerse.co.uk. You'll find me on LinkedIn as well, which is on this first slide as well, so that's my mug. So if you want to get in touch, please feel free to do so. We are looking for more Unity developers as well. Also, we've got a heritage and tech event next month that I've been shouting about on social media, where we're going to be bringing PhD researchers, scientists, people in heritage, internationally acclaimed people who are going to show what you can do with new technology and immersive, essentially. So it's going to be really exciting. So please get in touch, and good luck with your journey. Hopefully you make the most out of today, make the most out of every opportunity. I was speaking to a gentleman at the back there before, and he was telling me about his journey from Shanghai and how he's going to take over Manchester and make everything great. So well done to you. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Keith. Brilliant, thank you so much. We are slowly running out of time, but we're going to try a bit of an experiment in a minute. So I want to see if we can get everybody into a virtual reality world at the same time. And we're going to try that using a platform called Spatial, which leads on to Yanksy's talk in a moment. So we'll give this a try. It may not work, may work. We'll see how it goes. So I'm going to bring this up for you to have a look at this QR code. And if you've got a mobile phone with you, which everyone does, then scan that code. If hopefully, is that tensor barrier in the way? Let's see if we get some things working. Yeah, cool, great. So it will then link you into Spatial, an app. And it'll ask you to download it from your Play Store or whatever it is you have. You'll have to create an account, so hopefully you're happy to do that. If you're not, then just watch somebody else do it. But once you've created the account, we'll come back to your camera and rescan this QR code, which then should hopefully leap you into one of our spatial environments. So we'll take a few minutes to do that whilst we... Actually, I'll have a chat with Yanksy whilst we do that. So, so Yanksy is one of our PhD students here at the university. And we've been talking over the last few months. Yanksy is also one of our PhD, one of our student VR ambassadors. And we had a conversation a few months ago now about developing an art gallery in virtual reality. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing. And then once everyone's figuring out their accounts, we can then jump into a space and see what you're working on.
Hi everyone, my name is Yan Shu. I'm now a second year PhD student study digital curation in art school. So about this project, because now I was doing Albert Adam's project in university. The art collection owned his artworks. So I was doing a physical exhibition in the university library in June 7th. So they asked me if it is possible to create an online exhibition. So at the beginning they think, oh, I just created like a website, like a 2D exhibition. So when I meet Andy, he tell me I can create a virtual exhibition on this platform. So I spent a few days, actually it's more than a few days, to create this space. Now, if you can join, you will see what I made. Because it's very hard to explain this exhibition without showing you.
So, who's managed to log into the app and figure it out yet? So remember, scan it first, download the app, create an account, rescan. So you have to come out of the app again and rescan it. And we're just going to show you this before we show you Yanksy's space. We're going to show you what the world looks like. Oh, who needs the QR code still? Probably quite a few people. Okay, so we'll hold it there for a second. And whilst you're still logging into it, so once you've got that app downloaded, created an account, that is an application called Spatial that allows you to enter these virtual worlds via your mobile device, via a headset, or via a computer. And what's really nice about it is you have that sort of three layers of experience. So you can be in VR, but you can also be just doing it through your computer. And you can have a mixed experience as well. So we've had events where some people have been in VR headsets, some people have been on mobile phones, some have been on computers. So you can have quite an inclusive experience as well. We had an event you produced, Keith, a few weeks ago, wasn't it?
Yeah,
tell us about that.
So yeah, one of the events that we knock it over. One of the events that we created, so like the heritage event we've got next month. So we had like a bit of a breakout area for people to hang out in afterwards. So we created in Spatial. We based it upon kind of company logos and a kind of Martian environment, and then we just shared that link with everyone, and then we just hung out, didn't we, for an hour or so and had a bit of fun in Spatial. So it's a really easy one to use out the box. I say that and the app's not working, but we'll get there.
We'll get there. So anyone managed to log in yet? Anyone getting there?
I think it's because everyone's trying to join
at the same time. Let's have a look at the space anyway whilst we're waiting. So,
I'm on it now.
oh, are you? Great. So this is the space that you are being directed to. It's not Yanksy's space yet. So we're just going to show you how it looks and hopefully give you a bit of a sense of it. And of course, like many of these things, it's most enjoyable to experience when you're actually in the VR headset. Oh, this is going to be a problem. Can we mute the Mac audio? Maybe not.
Everyone has to press the mute button about it.
Is everyone, who's in the space? Who's in this space? Hands up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, can you kill the audio for the speakers, Ian? Is that something that's easy to do? So you can see how it works. Everyone can be in the space. You can take a walk around. If anyone's figured out how to move yet, you can follow me. And so the app that's in the headset allows you then to do this within virtual reality rather than using your phones. Oh, yep, we've got people going. Who's this here? Oh, gone. So we've got 4 people in the space thing at the moment. Got somebody here as well. Who's that? Is it you? Good. So it takes a bit of, like many of these things, like any computer game or something, it takes a bit of getting used to, and yet it's something that can be a good kind of collective experience with quite limited development time, I think. So you can create your own bespoke environment, so the architecture in this space can be created using your own 3D model, and then within it you can locate a whole range of objects and things that you want to show people, including 3D things that you've created yourself. So the application Tilt Brush is one of those space applications that you could export from and back into this place. Okay, I'm going to jump out of this because I can keep hitting myself. And from here, we're going to go into Yangtze's space. So I'm going to hand it back to you. Oh yeah, do you want the QR code again? Second. So the space you'll go into from here won't be the same as Yangtze's, but it gives you a bit of a sense of the environment and how you can access it. So if you're doing, events where you want to have people trying something out collectively, this can be a good platform to use. And it's one of the things that we're trying to do at the university is to build a virtual reality campus in Spatial. So we've got a few rooms that we're using for different events at the moment, but hopefully with a view to building more. And Yangtze is going to show you a bit about the virtual reality art gallery that she's been creating. So let's have a little listen. I'm going to try to jump into VR and be in the space as well. What I might ask Keith to do as he walks off. So Yangtze's going to talk about this. What I might ask you to do is to navigate for Yangtze, so she can just talk about it. If you have to move on here, right? Okay, I'll hand it back to you.
So on another side was the introduction. This is about this artist. Actually, this artist is a little known artist in the UK. He was born in South Africa, but he was moved to. You can see here is the introduction of this artist. He was moved to London, studying in London when he was 24 years. Then he come to Europe to continue his study as well. So the reason I want to create this virtual exhibition because I want to more people know this artist. Because in South Africa he was not in the art history books. So in the UK, people don't really know him as well. But he was his artworks was excellent. When I first see his artworks, I was attracted by his works. So when I create this space, I need to think about the topics. Because I can't just random upload artworks. It's very similar like you create in a physical space. So I so I choose the 3 topics. One is about it's possible move around. Yeah, on the bank. Yeah, here is all the artworks about the pottery. So this artist was trying to explore his identity because he was a little bit confused who am I, because he parents, his dad was come from India and his mom was South Africa. So, but he was moving to London and living in London for a long time. But he don't know where is he from. So he was trying to paint himself. Can you move to the bank? Yeah, there is more like how he looks like. And on this side, yeah. So here is all his portraits, and I put more like labels. So when you want to read more his artworks, you can click that then to read more things. But I'm not sure here it works. Yeah. So for example, this one is he painted on 1956. So can you click that? This one? Yeah, that one. No, this one. And so I want to like upload more things about him. Like he think self-portraits is a theme in his own work. Like he think is a way to explore himself and also explore the country. So this is an important theme in his artworks. And then let's jump to another work, to another part is here. So this space have four space. On this part, I was trying to upload his portraits. On another side, it's about this side. It's about the resource, like the connection between the Salford and the Adams. Why the university own his artworks. So there is another QR code, and you can scan it. Then you can jump to the university's art collection website. So this is my idea to make this space to connect different platforms, and you can probably try scan this, and you can jump to. Oh, sorry, you already use your phones too. So if you use the laptop to see this exhibition, then you can use your phone to scan this.
Right.
Yeah. So can you move to another? So it's.
If anyone wants to jump into the virtual reality gallery, then this headset is connected already. Shall we go? Yeah. Be careful with your stuff. Use the controllers, I think. Hanging on.
Using everything's kind of on that secret site for some reason. I don't know about that. It's because it was on that picture. I pinched it.
So when I create this, I also meet a lot of problems. This platform is not perfect. So I spent quite a long time to figure out how to use it. Sometimes when you upload, you need to think about how to put them on the right place, and also you need to put them in the like sometimes it's not in order. So
we're going to get back in a second.
And of course, I was doing an online symposium on NICE match. So we are talking about maybe you can make a virtual exhibition. So I think it's on March 24th, I meet Andy in Manchester Scientist Live Show. So that was my first time to try VR. And also, it's my first time to create a virtual exhibition on Spatial, this platform. I think it's definitely not perfect, but it's a start to let more people know this. We can create some online exhibitions. Because my PhD research is about the possibility of online exhibition. I want to use this platform to do more transnational control. So this is like a test for me. In the future, I want to create a Chinese contemporary art. Because I'm from China, I want to more like promote this Chinese contemporary art in the UK. Because when people think about the Chinese culture, they think it's dragon or it's paper cutting. They're still thinking very old things. So I want to promote contemporary art. I want to telling people what's going on in China now. So especially in pandemic, people can't really see anything in China because they are still locked down. Some places still locked down. So I think online exhibition will be a good platform. It's a new way for people to explore the transnational culture. So that was the reason I do this project. But as you can see, the technology sometimes is so slow. So you don't know how I'm become crazy when in the end I create this exhibition, because I need upload around 100 images on this platform, because they can't test anything. I need to use sound design software to create an image, then I upload to here. But you can also upload some 3D models in this platform. So
obviously we've got a technical edge. You can see, you get the gist of how the application works though. You create your bespoke environment, you create your content, and then you can invite people into it. So as you can see, also Spatial setting itself up as a NFT environment, not just the content and things that are within it, but also the spaces themselves. So people want to host big events and then use this environment for that purpose. So it's the first time we've sort of tried to do this as an art gallery installation, and there are sort of unique challenges with doing that, not least of which is making sure the art is reflective of what the artist intended. Like, how do you decide the size of the objects, for example?
You mean the size of the artworks?
Yeah.
Actually, when you go to, because I have the chance to see the real artworks in the art collection store, they are different size. So when I'm doing this online, at the beginning I think, should I put some artworks small and some artworks is huge, but I feel it's not very, looks nice when you see it. So I still choose the same size. So that is, I'm not sure it's a good idea to put them in the real size, or because it's impossible. So I put a label on there. You can click it, then you can feel, oh, they are small in real life. So I think it depends. What do you think?
I mean, it was what I think it was it Keith that was talking about, whether you represent the real world as it is or try to create completely different experiences. And I think the problem for a virtual reality artistic curator is to make that judgment as to whether you can give somebody a very different experience of artwork by transforming the layers of perception that exist around that virtual experience. I think when you jump into the virtual reality gallery using VR, it is a very different experience from just walking around the gallery, and you do have those opportunities to experience it very differently. So I think it's still quite early days to figure out some of these things, but it goes back to, I think, what Simon was saying about the different types of roles that now exist, that in fact some of these are just still being invented. Like, what is a VR curator and how does that differ from doing it outside in the physical world perhaps? So these are some of the things that I think the research is getting into, and certainly making sure that you then, I mean, certainly disrupting some of the conventions. Like, do you have to represent the art in the same way that it would be offline, or can you have it something that's very different? So it's harder to do this when you don't have a living artist to actually consult, but certainly that's one of the challenges, I think, of the work. So good luck with the exhibition. We hope to launch it soon, and it's going to be a test bed for another exhibition you hope to do?
Yeah, this one, we have a physical exhibition in the university library. On the ground floor, we have space. So we will do that on the June 7th. So we will install and hang on these artist artworks on the wall. But the idea is, after this, because we might put this artworks exhibition in 6 months maybe. So after this, if people want to know or want to see more his artwork, so I think the virtual exhibition will be a good way. Because this is a digital curation, right? So in next year or maybe in many years, you still can reuse this data. It's kind of like a way to keep the data. So I think a virtual exhibition is a way to for people continue to see the artworks after the physical exhibition is disappeared. So I think it's a good idea to keep data.
Absolutely, very interesting. So please join me in thanking Yangxi for explaining her project.
Thank you.
And we are unfortunately out of time for the event itself as well. So thank you all for being here. we are sort of wrapping up. I see Kerry there in the background looking to tell some things. But this is, as you know, part of an employability week that the university is hosting at Media City. So do dip into the programme across the rest of the week to see things and stay in touch with us. You can find us on Twitter at SciComm Salford. My name is Professor Andy Mear. Thank you to all the VR ambassadors. We're going next to Cheltenham Science Festival on the 10th of June, taking all this kit, and we'd love to do more of these events. So thanks for being here.
out. So I've been doing one-to-ones the past few days. Everyone's CVs have been really, really good. However, there's one thing that's been missing on 99% of the CVs. You haven't told me what you want to do as a job, okay? So I want you to think of this in two different ways. You're going to be applying actively for roles, which is fab. However, that person who that job goes to, your CV goes to, your application, it's either going to be a headhunter, like a recruiter, or it's going to be someone internally at a business. 9 out of 10 times there's going to be more than one opportunity available. So it's your opportunity to really sell yourself to whoever's seeing that CV. So you might be directly applying for a content writing role, and you'll apply for that in the business. You don't know whether in 2 weeks' time a digital marketing role is going to come up as well. So don't be too niche and direct with what you put on your CV. Start with a strong summary of your skills and key accomplishments. This will attract the recruiter and grab their attention away from the outset. This personal profile is an important part of your CV and tells the recruiter exactly who you are, so make the right impression. So another little tip that I've seen as well, all of you have got achievements, whether you believe you have or not. Just because you may not have previous work experience doesn't mean that you're not going to have achievements. So you might have won an award here at uni, you might do volunteering work, you might be really passionate about something. This is your opportunity to set the scene of who you are, okay? So for me, for example, in my personal profile, I've got 8 years experience within recruitment. I'm also part of Manchester Tech Festival. I'm a co-organiser of Manchester Tech Festival. However, my job at the moment is talent strategy. So you need to make sure you're setting the scene of who you are, what you've done and what you want to do. Every time someone reads your CV, it's giving them a glimpse into who you are. It's not the be-all and end-all, but you need to make sure you're getting across and you're grabbing that reader. A lot of you have already got achievements and certifications and whatnot on your CV, but they're right down at the bottom. Put it at the top. This is your opportunity to sell yourself. Emphasise results rather than responsibilities. So instead of just listing your past responsibilities, make sure your CV stands out by emphasising your results. Use quantifiable data to show your accomplishments. I helped to increase the social media engagement for a company X. Right, I increased social media engagement by 38% for company X. So again, when someone's looking at this CV, this is your opportunity to say, you know what, if you hired me, these are the types of things that I can do for you. So a job spec will have on strong administration skills or looking for someone with strong business development skills. Just putting on your CV, I have strong business development skills. That is great. But where have you done that and what did you achieve? So it might be that you worked in a role where your job was retention of customers. So put in a bullet point underneath your duties exactly what you did and exactly what that resulted in. Again, you need to make sure that you're selling yourself. I think a lot of people are it's a bit cringy. And I think it's a bit cringy sometimes when I've been writing mine. It's, I did this and I did that. But this is your opportunity to show this is what I can come on board and do for you. A company looks at recruitment as an investment. They've got overheads that they need to pay for you to come in. So it's your opportunity to say, look, if you bring me on board and you make me a permanent member of staff or whatever, these are the things that I can automatically do for you. Customise for the job you want. You should have way more than just one CV. So I was speaking to someone before who is a fabulous creative, and her CV was in Word format, which is fab. However, she was saying, I really, really want to show my creative side. And I said, well, keep your Word format one, but maybe make one on Canva. So they've got some really great profile CV templates on Canva where you can show your creativity, for example. Just a bit of a tip as well. So applicant tracking systems are a nightmare. So a company will have an applicant tracking system for when you've applied for a role, all the candidates are there that they can review. Applicant tracking systems hate PDF CVs. And the problem is when that pulls through the information a lot of the times it decodes it, so it just brings up the HTML. I think that's the right, yeah, HTML. It just brings that up, and it just comes up as loads of code, and you've spent hours and hours and hours on this gorgeous CV, but it's not worked. So whenever you're applying for a role, and it's you know, you're not just sending your CV via email, always have it in Word format. Always have it in Word. But then again, when we're talking about customising a CV, if you're applying for a digital marketing position at Pets at Home, and that's going directly to them, you'll put, I'm really interested in the digital marketing position at Pets at Home. I'm also interested within roles of X, Y, Z. So when I'm saying I have it as a live document, always be editing it, always make it so when that recruiter or internal talent person is reading your CV, they're like, wow, they've done exactly what we need. Well, maybe, but you might have just slightly edited it, you know, so it's aligned to that role. Have a general CV, right? One general CV that you will have, whether someone says, can I see it, or whatnot. So it's not necessarily used for just a direct application. Have a general CV. If you want a CV in PDF and you want to get creative with it, have one in PDF as well. But then you might want to look at different avenues. So I was speaking to someone yesterday who's really interested in artificial intelligence, but he's also really interested in immersive reality. So I've said to him, have one purely for immersive reality. When you're sending that to an immersive reality company, that's a CV you send. If you're sending one to a fintech company, that's a CV you send. Now, I'm not saying you need 20 versions, but just always make sure you're editing it and you're aligning it to the role or the company that you're sending it to. Respond directly to the job description and explain why you are the candidate for this role. So, if it's purely a direct application, underneath your first paragraph that you have on the CV, have under that why you're applying for the role and why you think you're good for it. I'll be honest, don't bother with a cover letter. No one reads them. Don't bother taking the time to do it because recruiters... So, for example, I used to have to look after up to 30 live roles at any one point across 30 different companies and 30 different sectors. I don't have time to read cover letters. And I wish I did, but unfortunately, that is the harsh reality. You're going up against hundreds and hundreds of people. So if you're going to spend an hour on a cover letter, scrap that, spend 20 minutes writing on your CV underneath your about me, about why you think you're going to be a good fit for that role. Employers want candidates to understand the role they're applying for, and the more you can demonstrate this, the more your CV will stand out. Another thing to mention as well is, I think a lot of people think if you've not done it officially in a job or you've not had that title before, you don't have experience in doing it, right? So, say if you've worked in sales for years and then you want to do a marketing communications role or a marketing strategy role, within the role in sales, you will have done marketing, but you just won't have even realised that you'll have done it. So when you're applying for jobs, I want you to sit and think, when have I done this before? Because you will more than likely have done it at some point, and it's just how you frame that. Employers aren't bothered whether you've had fancy titles. They just want to understand that you've got experience within doing that. That also applies for volunteer experience. So just because you've not been paid for something doesn't mean that you don't possess skills in that area. So again, you might not have any work experience, but you might volunteer for a local church and you might do admin for them. That's still experience doing an administrative role. And it's not like you need to say, oh, but it wasn't paid for. It doesn't matter. You've still done it. Highlight changes and growth. Your CV should focus on your personal development. Show how you've grown and changed in your roles and the accomplishments you have achieved. So, again, highlighting what you've done is really, really, really powerful to a company. You've got to look at your CV as though you don't even know who you are. So, honestly, read your CV after this session. Does it really highlight what you've achieved and your results? And if it doesn't, put them on there. I think a lot of people think that when they get to, when I get to interview, I can tell them about that. You might not even get picked to go for an interview just because you've not highlighted that on your CV. Gaps on your CV as well. So I think the pandemic's changed the way that we look at the working world. People are seen more now as people rather than just a number. And look, we've all got a belly button and we've all got a life outside of work. So things happen. So personally for me, I had to take some time out of work for my mental health, and I was really embarrassed about telling my employer about it. Actually, he turned around and he said, you know what, my best friend's got bipolar, so I completely understand about mental health. So really, if you are ever struggling, please let me know and I can make allowances or we can work through it. I put that on my CV then because it shows that you're a human. So I've had mums say to me, oh, I've been out of work for 2 years. So you've had a child. You know, people should look at you as a human and as a person before they look at the skill or the job title. So if you do have any gaps, cool. But I'd just make sure people can see that on your CV. So, for example, what my CV read like, I was a senior account manager and then I had 4 months out because of my mental health. And I put that on there, time out to look after my mental health. And actually my boss said, you know what, that shows me that you're resilient. You're a great problem solver because you took the time away from work to go and look after yourself. Again, if a company doesn't want to hire you because you've had a bit of time out, you don't want to work there because you know what, something else is going to come up because it's life and life happens. So that's then an indicator of what it's going to actually be like to work there. So if they don't want you for that reason, fine, bye. You can find somewhere else that values you and understands that, you know, stuff happens. Nearly swore then. Demonstrate that you are connected. Again, companies want you to have skills and experience in certain areas, but they also want you ideally to come with some form of network, especially if you're dealing with communications, marketing, PR, sales, anything like that. People want you to have a network. So we spoke about this yesterday, but start to network now. You know, you probably sat in this room and you may not have spoken to everybody in here. In 10 years' time, there might be someone sat in this room that can help you get a job. In 10 months' time, they might be able to do that. So we're having a networking session tomorrow at 4:30 till 5:30 in the foyer. I'd love it if you could all come. Appreciate you might have other commitments, but if you can come, it'd be great for you to understand, okay, so what do you do and who do you know? You could be sat next to someone whose mum is the HR manager at the company that you want to go and work for. So while you're at uni, start to build that network and your connections, not just with inside your course. Whether it be at uni or in past roles, you will have met an array of different people. Make sure this comes through. Networking displays you have strong communication skills, and this is something that employers greatly value. So again, if you're not part of any community groups or networking groups, become part of one. Networking will do wonders for your career. I hated networking. My old boss used to make me go to networking events years ago, and I'd stand there and I'd get a free drink. And I wouldn't really bother talking to anyone, and I'd come back and he was like, I wasn't had life's rubbish. But he wasn't. It was just the fact that I wasn't engaged or understood the value of actually doing it. The last 2 years, I have focused on networking like a mad woman. And now I've got job opportunities being offered to me all the time. So you never know who you sat next to, you never know who you're in a room with. And if you're not part of any community groups, go on meetup.com, go on Eventbrite, go on LinkedIn in the search bar, write in, I don't know, finance, and it'll drop down it and click on that, and then it'll come up and say groups. So you can see what groups are already available. Again, it's daunting, it's uncomfortable, it's not nice, but everyone else feels uncomfortable, but you're all there for, you know, the same goal essentially. Show industry insight. So if you're going into the tech world and you're interested in immersive reality, do you know about the metaverse? Are you subscribed to newsletters that are going to give you that industry insight that you could display on your CV and at interview? An awareness of the industry you're applying for will show the recruiter that you have ability to stay on top of trends. You will be a lot more attractive to employers if you're able to demonstrate knowledge of the industry, so make sure you're up to date with any news and industry changes. The best way to do this is to be subscribed to newsletters. So if you're in tech, subscribe to Tech Nation. Go and have a look at what different publications are out there, because as well, they also share jobs a lot. And if you go to a company and you say, you know what, I've seen you recruiting for this role at the minute. I got it through this industry news through Tech Nation. Love to have more of a conversation about it. They'll love that. They'll eat it up because they all know that you're keeping up to date and you've also been really proactive with actually messaging them. So always stay on top of trends. If you use Twitter, follow hashtags. So if you're interested in finance, follow finance. It's that simple. Use power... Oh, God, that was loud. Sorry. Use power words. Power words will emphasise your accomplishments and will give your CV additional impact. Includes words such as adaptable, innovative, implemented, and achieved for each of your roles. Follow up with the impressive results or outcomes which will demonstrate what you have delivered. So I want you to write this down, a website called copy.ai. Copy AI has made me sound like Stephen King. Not even joking. It is a fantastic website. Look, we're not all copywriters. I hate writing my own CV. I'm not actually that very good at it. But what Copy AI enables you to do is put in a piece of text. You can drop down what type of tone you'd like to use, whether it be bold, professional, luxury, friendly, and then it'll basically then give you that piece of work worded differently. It's great, and it'll help you use these power words. Now, don't just put them in for the sake of it, though. If you're not a very adaptable person and you like process and you're not very flexible, don't put in that you're adaptable. Because what will happen is at interview, they'll say, right, so you've said here you're adaptable. Can you give me an example of that? And you'll be like... So don't put it in just for the sake of putting it in. Don't make your CV too busy. CVs need to be max 2 pages. Ideally 1, but maximum 2 pages. I had a CV through before that was 16 pages. And you know what? The candidate was mint. But I was like, oh, you're not going to be very good at reporting because actually you've wrote me a slight novel. So cut it down, don't waffle. If you've got paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs full of what you've done, bullet point it, make it really clear and really concise. Oh, I've put my clicker down. Sorry. Don't send the same old CV to everyone. So if you wrote a CV 6 months ago, there's going to be stuff on there that you still need to update on it. Don't send... If you're going to use a recruiter, do your research. Not all recruiters are good. And I come from that industry. They're not. If you're going to go to a recruiter to help you find a role, do your research and make sure that they work with the types of companies and they have the right type of, they look after you well. So just don't send the same CV to everybody because actually it's not going to align. If you're going for a job in fashion and then you're going for a job in finance, it's just not going to make sense. Start off with a short profile. So if you're doing a PDF version of your CV and you're doing it pretty creative, put a picture on there. I actually quite like a picture on a CV because I get to see who the person is. But if you're putting it on a Word document, don't put a picture on it. Because again, it won't go through the applicant tracking system. It'll pull it out, if that makes sense. With the short profile, again, think of it, right, like you're on Tinder. And you're using that to attract them. The employer. Not literally, but you know what I mean. So that short profile is for you to go, this is who I am, these are my skills, this is what I can do for you, hire me. Make yourself sound like the Steve Jobs of whatever you're going to do. Don't lie, but you can put a slight filter on things. Don't just write out all the requirements of your existing job. It's tempting to want to tell potential employees exactly what you do all day and how this could be beneficial to the role you're applying for. But there's a particular way to do it. So, for example, if you're interested in payroll and finance, you don't need to put, and I open the payroll account system and then I input invoices. They're going to know that because you're a payroll assistant. Actually, what do you do day to day that makes a difference? And then what have you achieved from it? So it might be that what you did was you managed to get payroll shortened to a day's worth of work instead of a week because you implemented something on the system or you changed a process or whatever it is. Another thing as well is, I think a lot of people think what they need to do is when they see a job spec and they edit the CV, which is fine for the application, that's what I'm telling you to do, don't just copy and paste the duties of the job. Please just don't do it. You might want to edit it slightly or put bits of it in to show that you've got that experience, but I've had it before where I've sent a CV to people and I'm talking like heads of, like CTOs, finance directors. I've sent the job spec to them and then they said, oh, can I just edit my CV a bit? I'm like, yeah, all right. They'll send it, mate, and they've literally just copied and pasted the duties and I'm like, you do know that the client wrote it though, don't you? And they're like, oh, yeah. So just align it, but just don't copy and paste it because they won't see, one, they'll be like, what? Two, it just doesn't come across as authentic. As well, companies know that you're not going to have done everything on that job spec. So when you see a job description, think of it as a bit of a shopping list in a way, but some things are out of stock, that's fine. They know that's where your skills gaps are, so then they can come on and train you and develop you within those areas. Back your credentials up with examples. Even if yours are true, anyone can make up empty claims on their CV with no real experience. Use examples to back up the roles, experience and tasks you are responsible for as proof and to help your job history stand out. So one thing that I really like seeing on CVs is live references. So on the bottom of my CV and also on your LinkedIn profile as well, I have a recommendation from my previous boss who is well respected in my industry. A lot of people know him, he's very well connected. So even just having someone's name on your CV might automatically think, oh, I know that person, I'll have a chat with them. If you can get a recommendation off someone, so it might be off your tutor, and they could put a little paragraph just at the bottom of your CV recommending you. References available on request is always good to have on there, but if you can get some form of live example, just put it on there and it just backs it up a bit more. When we're talking about backing up credentials as well, this is the time as well for you to talk about your achievements and maybe anything that you implemented at the company or you did at the company that changed things or made things better to work there. On LinkedIn, there's a bit, on the bottom of a profile, there's a recommendations tab. Get all of your people on your course and all your mates to give you a recommendation. Now, it's not to say, oh, Bilal is a great finance manager and he's never been a finance manager before, not like that. But it might be that Bilal's really helped you in a number of your projects and he's been a really great friend and he's supported you and he took time out of his own study time to help you with a piece of work or something like that. Again, you're trying to provide the reader with a picture of who you are. When you send your CV somewhere, they're going to look at you on LinkedIn. So make sure you have a LinkedIn profile and everything you've got on your CV, you put on your LinkedIn as well. If someone was to send me a CV or anything, I go on LinkedIn. So at the minute, I'm headhunted a role for a head of customer success position. I'm not even going to bother looking at the job boards. I've wrote head of customer success on LinkedIn within tech in SaaS companies and it's brought everybody up. And I'm nosying at everything. The recommendations, the skills, the posts that they're putting out there, everything. Because employers don't just see you as someone who can come in and do X, Y, Z. They want to know that you're going to get on with the team. They want to know that you're going to be flexible. They want to know that you're going to have good customer service skills or great communication skills or collaboration, whatever it is. So use the people around you to show that that's what you're good at. If you've won any awards at uni, I want you to put a post on LinkedIn about the award. If you've been involved in any videos, if there's any pictures of you, start to post, start to give people in your network a bit of a feel for who you are and what you're interested in and what you're all about. Right, this is the biggest one. I've met a good few of you over the last few days and you're all mint, but you don't have confidence about yourself. You need to believe in yourself because if you go to an interview and you believe you're not going to get that job, you're not going to get it because it'll read right on your face. So, stop underselling yourself. It's human nature to play down your achievements and instead draw out the modest card for fear of being too boastful. But these insecurities should be left at the door when it comes to CVs. So again, I think a lot of people think, right, I can just put the experience that I've been paid for or whatever it is. If you work for a church group and you do all of the finance for the church group, put that on your CV. Because it's not just showing that you volunteer, it's also showing that you're really skilled within that area. I think it's a British thing, I'll be really honest, and living within this country, that we feel we can't, and you know what, it's probably more likely a global thing, but I think within the UK there's very much a bit of an air of, you don't want to be coming across as someone like, all about themselves. Actually, it's your opportunity to sell yourself and show yourself again who you are to that business. So please highlight your achievements and highlight the things that you're proud of, because then again, that's going to be picked up at interview, and then that's going to be something that you're passionate about or you're really, really proud of, and that'll shine through at interview. So please stop underselling yourself and your experience, because it's all valid and it's all valuable to a business. Whether you did it 7 years ago in school. So I was a prefect at school, right? You wouldn't think it. But I was a prefect at school, and I'm actually still dead proud of it. So I've got it on my CV, and people are like, why have you got that on your CV? Because it showed that when I was at school, I was actually really passionate about helping my fellow students. So there's going to be loads of things that are going to be really valuable that you can put on there. Avoid the obvious. There's so many cliches when it comes to what people write on the CV, even down to what words they use. Avoid the likes of passionate and specialised, and consider whether you'd like team player, whether you'd use phrases like team player in everyday life. The chances are you've actually just wheeled it out for your CV much like everyone else. Now, if you are really passionate about something, use the word passionate. If you are a specialist in your area, use that word. I'm not saying don't use those words, but only use it if it is genuine to you and your experience and your background and what you've done. So like before, talking about innovation, if you're not innovative, just don't put it on there, because they're going to pick up that as well. And they're going to be like, well, if you just put that on there for the sake of it. Include extracurricular activities. So if you play badminton on the weekend, shove it on there. If you like to go and watch drag shows, I do, shove it on there. Anything that you're interested in your life, put it on the CV. Because again, you're providing that person with a picture of who you are, what you're all about, what you enjoy, what you enjoy. Another way to look at it is, when you go for an interview, people like to find common ground. So I don't know if you were in Naomi's session the other day. Naomi's won ridiculous awards. She's massive in her space, but actually everyone knows her because she loves cats. She loves her cats. So it's a common ground for you to speak to someone about. Interviewers will say, oh, can you tell me a bit about this? And they love the fact that you've got other stuff going on outside of work. Include your LinkedIn on your portfolio. So if you are a content writer, have you got a document that shows your best pieces of work? If you're a techie, have you got a GitHub with all your work on it? Make sure you keep all this together and you document it. Your LinkedIn profile's the biggest thing. I'll be really honest, I think your LinkedIn profile's way more important than your CV. Because if I get a CV through and I'll see a few keywords that I think is interesting, the first place I'm going is LinkedIn. So please don't underestimate the power of LinkedIn. Include that on your profile. So at the top of your CV, you'll have your name, you'll have your address. You don't have to put your full address, maybe just the place that you live, Manchester or, Salford. Your number and your contact details and your LinkedIn. Now, a few little tips. Please check your contact details. The amount of amazing candidates I've had through who've just not quickly typed the mobile number and there's a number missing, or the email doesn't work, and I've got no way to get in contact with them unless it's through LinkedIn. But again, not everyone checks the LinkedIn every day, so just double check all of your contact details. I don't want to teach you how to suck eggs, but sometimes you spend that long working on a document that you miss really little things. So just make sure to double check that. Spell check as well. Just spell check your CV. Again, and I've done this before, put my hands up. I did this 2 weeks ago. Big proposal for a client that I wanted to win, and I spelt a name wrong. How embarrassing is that? I spelt a name wrong. And I was so mortified because I'd spent days working on this piece of work. So if there's something that what I always do is I'll double check it with a friend. So I'll say, just have a read over that. And they'll say, oh yeah, you've just got a small spelling mistake there. To an employer, that'll stand out to them, but you might not have even noticed it. So just make sure you double checking all of these things. Where to find jobs. LinkedIn is the best place you're going to find your job opportunities. So any companies that you want to work for, go and follow them, because when you go and follow them, you'll get notified of when jobs come up there. LinkedIn is one of the best places to find jobs because it's more than likely the first place that you're going to hear about it. So I'd like maybe someone who's happy to put their hand up and shout out, how many jobs, percentage-wise, do you think are not advertised? And if you've been in a one-to-one with me today, you're not allowed to answer it. How many jobs do you think are live that currently aren't advertised online? Have you got your hand up? I can't see. No. 60. 60% of live jobs on the market at the minute you won't be able to find. It's called the hidden job market. So again, networking is so important to your careers because when a job comes up, before it's even been signed off by HR and that hiring manager knows they need to recruit for it, they're going to know about it. People can't be bothered to go recruit. They can't. It's really long. It's really time consuming. And as well, it's not, sometimes you'll have a job out, it's costly as well. It costs a lot of money to put a job on a job board. It costs £1,000 to put £1,000 to put a sponsored job slot on LinkedIn. £1,000. And that's for anything else. So what people want to do is go out to their networks and say, right, who do I know? Because actually, when you ask for recommendations of who you know, that comes with a recommendation of that person. 60% of jobs aren't advertised. A lot of them will be with headhunters. Because a lot of the time, there might be something going on in the company internally. They might be opening a new department and they don't want to let the staff know yet. So they'll go and put it through a headhunter who will have it confidential. Have you got your hand up?
Why is it so expensive to post a job on LinkedIn?
What, to companies? Because LinkedIn aren't stupid. It's a free platform. They've got to make the money somewhere. So LinkedIn Recruiter, for example, is a service that recruiters use on LinkedIn. I think it costs £8,000 a year. And that basically means that I can go on LinkedIn and I can search anybody on there and essentially use it as a job board. So LinkedIn is a free platform to use. However, they have a number of different things that that you have to pay for. I personally believe it's so much to actually have a LinkedIn sponsored job slot because everyone's using it now. So you could post a job online and by the end of the day it's actually on page 3 because there's so many jobs within that space. However, if they pay for a sponsored job slot, what happens is, say if you're a marketing communications exec, a sponsored job slot, have you ever been on LinkedIn and then in the corner, in the right-hand corner, it says jobs for you, recommended for you? So that's what a LinkedIn sponsored job slot is. Essentially, it pulls through and it's sent through to the people who have got those skills, if that makes sense. So I think that's why job boards. Now look, I love LinkedIn, obviously. I should be an ambassador. But job boards are also really, really good. However, depending on what sector you're in will depend on what type of job board I think you should use. So if you want a commercial job, Reed is a really great place to go to. Reed's a good platform as well because it's not just external employees, it's also everyone who works. So I started at Reed 8 years ago, and we also had all of our jobs personally on there as well. Reed's a really good job slot. Indeed's a great place to look as well. What Indeed have brought out recently is a function that will show you, the candidate, how long it takes for them to get back to you, what they're like as an employer, reviews, things like that. So it's also giving you insight into the company as well, if they're a top employer, if they come back to you within 2 days, whatever it is. When it comes down to more kind of niche jobs, so say if you want a job in the arts, for example, there are specific arts job boards, but what I would do is Google, or grab me later on or whatever and say, for my sector, where do you think the best places are for me to look? Word of mouth. So I've already told you this, but 60% of jobs aren't advertised for numerous different reasons. You want to get to that job before it even exists. So there's people that I know in this room that I've already spoken to that I know my clients are going to be recruiting for roles in the next few months, and I will recommend them to that client because it's a recommendation that's come directly from someone in the sector. So again, please, please, please be networking and meeting people around you and going to different networking groups, because I've had way more job opportunities come up through networking. So I'm standing here right now because my mentor, Naomi, recommended me. If not, they would never have known who I am. So just don't forget kind of the power of networking. What is the hidden job market? I've just gone through all this. Many employers use the hidden job market to avoid lengthy and expensive process of opening online applications. Instead of posting a job opening, employers can choose alternatives such as hiring internally, using a recruiting firm or headhunters, and relying on referrals from current employees. So again, you might be sat next to someone who's going to get a job at your dream company in the next few months, and you want them to recommend you. Simple. Then you're in. Some of the most successful people I know who never had experience or had opportunities getting in with really difficult businesses because the mate works there, or the mum works there, or their old tutor, or whatever it is. Tap the hidden job market through networking. It is possible to find these opportunities by expanding your network connections and sharing your professional objectives. Your first step should be to make sure you're reaching out via as many avenues as possible. So, Twitter's a fab one. I do loads of headhunting on Twitter. Get on Twitter. Tweet about what you're interested in. Tweet about what you're learning. Tweet about something you've seen in the news. Same for LinkedIn. Build your personal brand and your online persona. Right, we've all seen cringy posts on LinkedIn. I've maybe done a few in the past as well, I'm not going to lie. However, use it to show your network who you are and what you're all about. If you've got someone in your network that you're personally connected to and they like it, that will be shown on their connections page. What's it called? Like the homepage. So that's how LinkedIn works. So it's first, second, and third degree connections. So as many likes and as many people that you can get to see your posts will get you to a way bigger audience than just your connections. Network traditionally if you aren't already. Make sure you're networking in some of the more traditional ways. Meetup and Eventbrite will list events in your chosen sectors. So if you're not on Meetup, get on it. If you're not on Eventbrite, get on it. Meetup, I've met some of my best mates on Meetup. Some of my bestest friends in the world now, just through turning up to a networking event, because you go into a place with like-minded individuals who like what you like. So you're going to come away, one, making friends, but making really good connections. I think with what's gone on in the world the last few years, with COVID and everything, it's been hard to network in person. So now things are kind of back open. Even if you do one a month, just go. You know, there's going to be people there that it's their first time there as well, and you can always tell because people kind of just stood there. The organiser of the event won't want you to feel like that, so they will come over, they will introduce themselves, tell me a bit about you, and then they'll say, oh, you should go and speak to this person. Or, oh, let me introduce you to this person. And it starts from there, and it's like a snowball effect. So please, please don't underestimate the value of going to these groups. On Meetup, you can find, and Eventbrite, on Meetup, you can actually speak to the people before you go to the event. So I joined a community 2 years ago now called Techs in the City. And now, through that, I am one of the co-organisers of Manchester Tech Festival, which is happening in October. Amy Newton, who's the founder of Techs in the City, has become one of my best mates. I met Naomi Timperley through Techs in the City. I met the majority of the people in my network through that community group. When I logged on, I was absolutely petrified. I thought, they're not going to want a recruiter to come along. No one likes recruiters. And you know what? They all welcome me with open arms because it is dead uncomfortable. But if you are active within your network and your community, not just your network will open up, but your opportunities will open up as well. So try and go along to them. On Meetup, on the search bar, you can put in what you're interested in. Might be cross-stitching, I don't know. But just, and I'd also say don't just do it within your academic sector. Things you're also personally interested in. It's always great to have, you know, a number of people in your toolbox that you never know who you're going to meet there. So you can put in fintech, you can put in financial management, you can put in project management, you could put in law, you could put in any of these things and it'll bring up a list of groups in your chosen area. Some of them meet online, some of them meet in person, but I'd really, really advise if you can go and meet them in person, please do. Say yes to invitations beyond traditional networking functions. So, if someone's invited you to go to the launch opening of a hotel, go. I know you're like, what do you mean? Try and say yes to everything that you can because you never ever know you're going to meet. So, give you a prime example. I got invited to a summer party event of this networking group last year. And I didn't want to go and I was dead tired. And my friend was like, well, you can't not come. I need someone there with me. So I was like, right, I don't want to let my mate down. So I trundled off and it was at hotel football at the United Stadium. And I'll be honest, I really didn't want to be there. And there's going to be times where you've said yes to things that you don't want to go, but go, honestly, because all of those times that you don't go, you'll end up, if you do go, you'll think, I'm so glad I went to this. I went to that event and I met someone called Nicola. Nicola's the founder of a fintech startup. And over the next 12 months, I'm going to be working alongside her around her talent strategy for her business. You never, ever, ever know who you're going to meet. So try and say yes to things as much as you can. It might be that, I don't know, your boyfriend or your partner or whatever has got a works do on. You can't be asked going. Oh, I shouldn't say that, should I? Can't be bothered going. Just go. You never, ever, ever know who you're going to meet. Practice your elevator speech. What do you want from your career? What have you got to offer? What does your dream job look like? So, if you're going to these networking events and someone says, oh, introduce me, you need to have an elevator speech because if you don't have one, you'll forget something and then you'll think, oh, I could have told them that. So, practice your elevator speech. Your elevator speech is what your About Me is on LinkedIn condensed. Your elevator speech is what's on your CV. Who are you? What do you enjoy? What do you want to do with your life? What are you interested in? So you don't have to do a whole Dragon's Den, I'm here to do this. You don't have to do that. But someone at an event and tell them who I am and what I did. And I had a few seconds to interest someone. So practice it. Film yourself doing it. Is it too long? Is it too lengthy? A minute needs to be what your elevator speech is. I've just said that. Update your social networks to reflect your new mission. So, is your Instagram private? Because employees can just go and have a Google of who you are. Facebook, is there things on your Facebook that you wouldn't want your employer to see? Because if there is, make it private. We all have a social life, right? I love a party more than anyone. However, you will not see that anywhere on my Twitter or anything like that. That's a bit of a lie. I went to Ibiza the other weekend and put a picture up. But there's nothing on there that I wouldn't want a future client, future employer to see. So go through your social networks and just check there's nothing, you know, a bit dodgy on there. Delete it, make it private, whatever you do. We've all got a phone. We've all got access to the internet. People will go and look at you. I don't believe in it, and I don't think it's very ethical. But unfortunately, that's the world that we live in now. You can put your name in on Google. Best thing I can advise, put your name in on Google and see what comes up. Because your future employer will do that. So just double check there's nothing that you did years ago. Stupid comment, stupid tweet, something that maybe now isn't as acceptable. Just please cover your own back. Because I've had people genuinely take back job offers. I had a finance director who got offered £230,000 for a big financial firm in London. And because of a tweet that he put on Twitter 15 years ago, they declined the offer. At that point, he'd handed his job in, he'd handed his notice in his very well-paid job. And they said, I'm sorry, we can't have you representing us. What if our clients see that? So just please try and protect yourself. On the opposite side of it, again, use your LinkedIn profile as a live, working CV of you. If you've gone to a really good event, Post it on LinkedIn and tag the event organisers and anyone that you met there. Make sure you're always reflecting what you're doing and what you're about. LinkedIn is a bit of an effort, but spend 20 minutes a day, whether it's liking someone's post, whether it's updating your LinkedIn, whether it's putting an article on there that you think's really interesting and you think your network's going to, find interesting. Just spend 20 minutes, 30 minutes of your day just getting used to LinkedIn. Don't forget the ask. If you don't ask, you don't get. It's the motto I live my life by. And people might think I'm a bit cheeky, but what's the worst they can do? Say no or ignore me. Make sure you're always asking, whether it's a recommendation, whether it's an invite to somewhere. If you've seen something online that you're interested in going to, message them and say, would you mind me finding out a bit more about that? I'm really interested. Just keep asking. That's all you can do. They either ignore you or they say no. But if you don't ask, you don't get. So there's been things that I've asked for previously and it's been a firm no. But 6 months later, they've come back to me and said, actually, you remember when you asked me that? We've actually got the opportunity now. It's also reaching out and building your network as well. Contact employers of interest. If there are particular companies you're interested in working for, don't wait for them to post the job openings. So you need to be following every single company you're interested in working for. Message their head of talent acquisition, message the internal recruiter, message the head of your department that you'd be working for. So if you're interested in finance, message the finance manager, and also message the head of HR, and also message the head of talent acquisition. Why not? What have you got to lose? Show them that you want to work there. So message them and say, hi, Mr. Bob, I'm a graduate in XYZ. However, I've been following your business for a number of years or whatever it is, and I'd really would love the opportunity to understand about how I could get my foot in the door in the business. Now, they'll either come back to you and say, look at our careers page, which is fine. Go and look at the careers page and follow it up again. Hi, Bob. I've actually not seen any roles that are of interest at the minute. Is there anyone I could maybe speak to about any future, opportunities? Or they might come back and say, yeah, let's have a call. You never know what jobs are hidden. They might have a role there, or you never know what they're doing. So typically companies plan 6 months in advance what roles they're going to need, but they're not going to post it until they're ready to actually bring someone on board. A typical cycle for recruitment, from the job being posted to the person being in place, depending on sector, is around 1 to 2 months. If you're in tech, it can be more than that. So they demand plan it. They will know, right, I need to post that job on that date. So I'm working with Manchester International Festival at the minute. In the next 10 months, they need 98 hires in all departments. However, you go on their website, there's maybe 5 jobs, because at the minute they've not got time to train people, they've not got time to bring people on board. They might actually have to recruit your manager before they bring you in. So even if they come back and say, no problem, say no, but yeah, in 6 months' time, put a note in your diary or your calendar to remind you a month before that, message them again. Just wondered if there's any insight about that job coming up, because I'm really, really interested. Again, recruiters want their lives as easy as possible. Internal talent people would eat it up if you say to them, I want to work at your company and this is why I want to work there. Go to them, because they're not going to come to you. They might do if you've got, you tick every single box, but they're so busy, they get hundreds and thousands of applications. Go to them. When you go on a LinkedIn company profile, click on people. That will bring up everyone that works there. If you're interested in finance, type in finance. It'll bring up all the relevant people that you need to message. Another little tip, if you're not getting anywhere with the heads of or the managers, message someone in your role at the minute or a similar role and say, I'm really, really interested in joining the business. Can you give me a bit of insight into how to get my foot in the door? Because then what they're going to do, when that role comes up, they'll think, oh, well, that person messaged me. I already know someone. So just get yourself out there and tell them that you want to work there and why you want to work there. I message people on Twitter. So I used to recruit for a company called OneFile, which have just been bought by Canada's biggest edtech company. And I could not, for love nor money, get through to the CEO, Susanna Lawson. I'd sent her a video on LinkedIn. I'd messaged her multiple times. I've emailed her. But she gets that many emails and that many messages on LinkedIn, she doesn't check it. So I sent her a DM on Twitter. And now we're good friends, but also I've done quite a lot of business with her. Think of that in a work sense. Obviously be professional, but you've got the internet at your fingertips. Use it and utilise it to your advantage. Again, a lot of these heads of and managers and talent acquisition people will know other people in the sector that you want to get into. So it might be, you know what, no, we've nothing here at the minute, but my friend works at a similar company, reach out to her. So just don't forget the power of that. Subscribe to news alerts. So the companies on LinkedIn, follow them. If they have any groups or events coming up, go to it. But what news is available to you? So news alerts to deal with, you know, articles and whatnot, but also TikTok. TikTok's becoming the new YouTube. It's becoming the fastest growing search engine for content. It's got everything on there, not just, you know, people dancing and, you know, doing hauls. There's loads and loads and loads of professionals on there. So go and follow the hashtags. Message them. I've seen you work at such and such a place. Can we have a chat? What are they going to do? Say, no, I'll just ignore you. So what? Next. So that's the end of my TED Talk. No, I'm joking. So, how long have we got left? So I'm in here till 1:45. Does anyone have any questions or anything that I've gone through that they want to ask me? Vishal? Yeah?
So my question is, you spoke about the recruiters and the headhunters.
Uh-huh.
So if I'm looking out for a job in a specific industry,
Mhm.
how do I find the right headhunter?
Okay. Really good question. So if anyone didn't hear it, Vishal asked, if I'm looking for a job in a specific industry and I want to use a recruiter, how do I find them? Google is your best mate. So I think, depending on what you want to do and what you want to go for, in recruitment you're either going to have people who are specialists or generalists. So I'm a generalist, so I've recruited for marketing, finance, sales, the whole shebang. You're also then going to have recruiters who are purely specific within one vertical. So in tech, for example, you're going to have recruiters who only recruit for Java or C# or architects. So have a Google and see who's around you. Again, LinkedIn's your best friend for this. Because all recruiters use LinkedIn, have a Google around finance specialist. So, and if anyone does want to be connected to any recruiters in a specific place, please ask me or message me on LinkedIn and I'll tell you who the good ones are and I'll tell you who to avoid. So LinkedIn's always a good one. Another good one to find good recruiters is, when you go on the job boards, you're going to have the actual direct company putting that role up there, but you're also then going to have recruiters putting the role up there as well. So Mark Satin, for example, is a finance recruiter. One of my really good friends, Annabelle, works there. I see her name everywhere with really, really, really good jobs. So then I would then go and apply for a role there or contact her directly. Another thing as well, use recruiters. They want to know who you are and what you're all about. So if in 6 months' time you're going to be graduating in communications, go and speak to recruiters who deal with those types of roles and get advice off them. A lot of them are really helpful and want to help you find something because they know in a few months' time they might be able to place you. So go and tell them who you are and what you're looking for and what you're all about. I think another good thing to think of as well is on Google, you can literally just type in finance recruiters or whatever. If I was you and you're unsure, start at a generalist company. So some really good agencies in Manchester. Reed is a really good agency. Cordon, which has just changed its name to the Recruitment Co. Cordon in Manchester looks after call centre, technical, sales, marketing, finance, everything. And then they have specialists within the business. Cordon's really good. Reed's really good. If you're looking for a job in tech, let me know because I can help you get a job. But I can also introduce you to a few really good recruitment agencies who I know are good at what they do. But do your research though. So if you're looking for a recruiter to work with you, ask them, okay, so what clients do you work with? Oh, I can't tell you that. Well, Well, if they've got a good relationship with their clients, then I'm going to be more than happy to tell you who they work with. If they're cagey about it, don't touch them with a barge pole, because quite frankly, you need transparency and honesty from that recruiter, and that recruiter needs to be giving you all the insight and all the tips and all the preparation for interview and documentation that's going to essentially enable you to get that job. Any more questions? Yeah?
Is there a recommended A-train word size and all of that, just to give it some?
Like the format of it? Yeah. So, Word, I'd always have it in Word. Just because, again, on applicant tracking systems, it doesn't pull through properly at all. So I'd have it on Word. Now, if you want a good CV template, let me know and I'll send you one. If you use Canva, Canva's great. It's a free platform if anyone hasn't heard of it. On Canva, you can literally write Instagram posts, loads and loads of really free, great formats and content available essentially. On Canva, so it's Canva, you can download free CV templates that are really quirky and fun and whatnot, but then you can save them in Word. So you can still be creative if you wanted to use a format like that. No more than 2 pages. Please, no more than 2 pages. Please don't write me War and Peace, but if you use Canva or if anyone would like a template, please let me know. Any more questions? Sorry, I'm not being a weirdo, I just can't see because of the light. Hello.
Hi. I just, like, as you said, you should have your achievements and your skills on the top. Do you reckon that you put your experience bit at the bottom of your CV, rather put your achievements on the top? Like, obviously skills, but then achievements and what you've done, and then later on experience.
Yeah, so how I always like to see a CV, formatted, name at the top with your contact details. Another thing as well, just to mention, please put your location on your CV. I don't know whether you've been told not to put it on or to put it on. I'm not asking for your direct postcode. However, when headhunters go out to try and find people, they have to put in a radius search. Even if it's a fully remote role, they're still going to have to put in some form of location, and it might be 200 miles. But if you've not got your location on your CV, you'll slip through the net, which might be a reason why you might not be hearing back from things or whatnot. Even if you're willing to relocate, put on there, currently located in Manchester, however, willing for relocation. But please put a location on there. Going back to yourself, have your name at the top, have your contact details underneath, then have your profile about you and what you're looking for. I cannot stress enough, please put on there what types of roles and industries you're looking to go into, because if not, I'll be reading it and thinking, oh, well, does she want to be an acrobat? We don't know. We're not mind readers. A lot of us haven't been to uni. A lot of us don't have degrees. So just tell us exactly what you're wanting to do. Underneath that, depending on your experience, I'd play around with your experience and your education. So what I mean by that is, if you have no commercial work experience, that's fine, but there's no point putting that. I don't know, you might have done work experience for a week. Put that underneath your education. As well, what a lot of you aren't doing that I've seen on your LinkedIn and your CVs, tell me what you're studying. So I'm a current student at the University of Salford. I've got a degree in X and I'm currently studying communications in marketing as a master's degree. Tell me that as well. Set the scene of who you are and what you're doing. Underneath that profile and what you've done, then put your skills. So, I don't think I can bring this up, can I? I'm going to send you all an example. I'm going to send you all an example of a really, really, really good CV. Well, you don't want it. Just let me know at the end if you would like it and I'll send it to you. Now, what you've probably seen on a lot of CVs is they'll have like a bar at the side of the CV. So you'll have like your name and whatnot, and then you'll have a bar that goes down the side. They are great because you're basically allowing yourself a bit more space. So maybe on the side, that's where you list your skills in bullet points. I don't know whether you've seen it before when people might have like 5 dots, and they'll put in maybe 4 out of 5, that's where I am skill-wise with that, kind of giving a bit of a measure of where you're at. So either have your skills underneath, bullet pointed, or have them in the side as well. Then I'd have your education or your experience depending on where you're at. So Vishal, for example, he has got a wealth of experience in sales and marketing, and what he's got on his CV, he has the date, the company, the title, a sentence about what his role was, then he has a few key points of his duties, and then underneath there, he has his achievements. But again, your key achievements need to be in your profile, your About Me bit at the top. But every role that you've done, make sure you're writing what your achievements are. Don't just put it at the bottom of your CV, because they might not see it. Underneath your experience then I'd maybe have a recommendation or a reference potentially. And then I'd have your education maybe on the sidebar or at the bottom. But I think it just depends maybe where you're at in your journeys. So if you are unsure, just ask me and I can have a look at it. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, completely up to you. So on my CV, I've got a picture of my boss, just because a lot of people know him in my industry. Then I've got his name, and then I've literally just got a small paragraph at the bottom with a recommendation about me. If you don't have one, go and ask for one. Go and ask your tutor. Go and ask an ex-boss. Obviously not somewhere that they don't like you. I've got ex-bosses that don't like me, obviously. But just ask them for a bit of context, just to show who you are. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but then how will that prove the authenticity of the recommendation? Like, will they find them on LinkedIn and then cross-check with them?
A company can't go out and reference you without your what's the word? Permission, confirmation. So they can't just go and contact that person. They would need to ask your permission. So, but that you're just giving the reader a bit of insight into kind of maybe someone that you've worked with before. So that wouldn't be used as an official reference. You'd then provide them with those details. I'd always provide the person who's giving you a small reference, but I'd present it as a recommendation, who the person is, what their recommendation's from, and where you kind of got that relationship from, and then just a few sentences. But when it comes to references, employers can't just go out and reference you. Any questions? No? Okay, cool. Fab. So that is... Oh, we're back on. Right, I'll show you. Oh, we've no internet, never mind. Don't worry. Cool. So, if anyone does want a template, anything like that, let me know. Copy AI is your best friend. Another little tip as well. Has anyone heard of Otter? Otter. O-T-T-E-R. Right. Otter is going to be your best friend. Otter is basically an app that's free. Up to so many, but you won't need it for loads. Basically, if you're ever in a lecture and you can't really be bothered taking notes, or it's actually that you're really, really interested in the subject, you can voice record it, put it into Otter AI, and Otter AI will transcribe it all for you, and it'll also group together different things that I said. So you can then type in, I don't know, project management, then Otter will bring up all the things that were said about project management. As well, even if you're using it for like your dissertation or any form of work or anything like that, it's a really, really, really good app to use. On your CV as well, Grammarly. Grammarly is a free add-on that you can add. I'm not very good when it comes to writing, so I use Grammarly and it just helps me with my sentences just a bit more. The session, if any of you are looking for internships, the next session after this, 202, the tech company, they do a lot of work around innovation and stuff. They have got 3 internships going. I think one's in marketing, I think one's a salesy type one, but basically they're going to come in at Q2, and they're going to tell you all about who 202 are, and they're also going to tell you about the internships that are available. Now, if anyone's interested in tech, digital, creative industries, tomorrow we have an event Manchester Tech Fest and Techs and the City have an event at the at the Foundry in the Northern Quarter. Now, that is going to be full of employers. So we've got Cinch coming, Money Supermarket, Kraken Flex, CMC Markets, who are a huge global fintech, who are all recruiting in all different spaces. There's going to be loads of employers there. So if you can come, look on Meetup. It's called Techs in the City, Manchester Tech Fest Social. If you can come, please come along. It's from 6 till 9 tomorrow evening. Even just to network a bit, or you can literally get your face in front of employers. If you can't come tomorrow, we're going to have events running up to October. So I'll tell you a bit about the Tech Festival that's happening in October. It's a week-long festival, which is purely community-led, so we've taken no government money. It's all been backed by our sponsors. And we are going to have events in the day, in the evening, talking about... so a lot of it's dead techie, a lot of it's talking about well-being in the workplace. So, for example, if you're interested in HR, come along and listen to our well-being in the workplace HR talks, because there's going to be loads of HR managers there. There's going to be a lot of talent acquisition people there as well who don't just recruit within tech. Tech's one of the best sectors you could get into, and you've got some of the best companies on your doorstep. So if you can come along, please do. And please connect with me on LinkedIn. I can keep you all updated about the festival in October. But just please be having a look, seeing what's on your doorstep. If you're interested in media, go on, knock on the door of the BBC. Tell them who you are. That's what I used to do. I used to literally go and knock on the door of companies that I wanted to work with. And they'd be like, what a weirdo. But then actually when I had a conversation with them and I give them my elevator pitch, like, oh, all right, I'll connect you with such a person. So don't take for granted what's on your doorstep. The majority of companies are coming and pitching up their camps in Manchester because they've saturated the job market in London. Right? They can't hire for love nor money. So we've got the BBC coming here. We've got Cinch that are coming here. Amazon have got a headquarters here. Google are coming. Monzo are here. We've got some really fabulous companies. And just because you're not necessarily in tech doesn't mean that tech wouldn't be a good industry for you to go in, because they need analysts, they need copywriters, they need finance people, they need it all. So if you're looking for maybe an industry, tech's a really, really, really good one. And there's so many really great companies coming here. So if you can come along, I'd love to see you there. Come and grab me as well if you do come, and I'll make some kind of facilitated connections for you if I can. There's going to be a lot of HR managers and talent people coming on Thursday as well. But just keep your eye out on the group. Keep your eye out on my posts. And if there is anyone in the room who does need a bit more support or wants to be maybe connected with some people, please let me know and I'll try my best to put you in front of the right people. What, the festival in October? So we're going to have, on the Monday, we've got a leadership event at the People's History Museum. That's going to be talking, leadership. On the Tuesday, we've got a Women in Tech event. The Wednesday, Thursday are the core days of the festival. So it's going to be at Victoria Baths. We wanted to use really cool venues and not just go to big, Manchester Centrals of the world. Nothing wrong with Manchester Central, it's got its place. However, because we want to really showcase Manchester and our heritage and our culture, rather than at the Baths, the week itself and the festival, it's not going to be, and you'll have all had this, where you've gone to an exhibition and there's loads of people stood there like this at a little stand with a little banner. They've maybe got a tote bag and a pen, and it's dead boring and you get absolutely nothing out of it. So the week itself is going to be full of hackathons. We're going to have fireside chats. We're going to have startup founders telling them how they failed miserably. We're going to have people on panels, loads and loads of different events that are happening. But we're also going to have loads of events in the evening as well. So we've got Banyan booked. I think we've got Tribeca booked in the village for one of the nights. So throughout the week, there's 40 events going on. I'd love to see you there. Whether you're in tech or not, it's just going to be a really great time. Well, I hope it's a great time. It's going to be a really great place for you to come along and meet employees. It's all completely free as well. Have anyone got any more questions? Yes, so the core 2 days on the Wednesday and the Thursday at Victoria Baths. What we're going to be doing after summer is launching the agenda for the week. So we're going to be all throughout the city, in the city centre, on the outskirts, etc. So I'll make sure that I let you know of all the events that are going on. But we've not finalised everything yet, because we're all trying to organise this alongside day jobs as well. So, any more questions?
How do we connect with you on LinkedIn?
So it's Ruby, R-U-B-Y, not Rudy or Ruth. I've been called Rudy all my life. Ruby, R-U-B-Y, Melling, M-E-L-L-I-N-G. So connect with me on there. If there's anyone I can help, I'll do my utmost to help you and connect you to the right people. If you want someone to look at your LinkedIn or look at your CV, ping me your CV and I'll give you, honest and kind of tangible actions to change it. Let me have a look. Yeah, that's me. Not melon. Melon. Right, thanks everyone, you've all been gorgeous. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, as well, networking tomorrow, 4:30 till 5:30. Please come.
Hey. Afternoon, all. Are we ready to start? Am I good to go? Right, so hello all. My name's Ian. I am from Project 828. I'm head of sectors. So the purpose of today is to sort of talk a little bit about what Project 828 does, because you've probably never heard of us, right? Apart from this piece here. So who are Project 828? So it's quite an unusual organisation set up. It's unique. A couple of us started this just a couple of years ago from very different backgrounds. My background is actually in banking. I was 30 years with Barclays and really got, during that period of time, really heavily involved in tech and innovation and sort of moved into that field. Met up with Paul, who was the managing director of what was The Landing around the corner, and has a real tech and innovation background, and we sort of joined forces and looked and got frustrated really about some of the ways that organisations innovate or struggle to innovate, and came up with a model ultimately over what we wanted to do with it. So who are Project 828? We start always with a customer. We work within sectors effectively. We don't work within individual businesses, or we look to identify and therefore solve problems. We do it through innovation, and some of that is technology that already exists. Some of it is brand new funky technology that does not exist, and we have to come up with those as solutions. And we are also an investment model, and I'll explain a little bit more about how that works as we go through. We create labs and innovation labs, and we create startup organisations. That's ultimately what Project 828 is. So what's a Project 828 lab? So I'm not going to read through this verbatim, so forgive me, it's there on the wall behind that you can see. So an innovation lab is ultimately, we've designed something that can help smaller SME organisations innovate in a better way than large corporate organisations can. But ultimately it's a process. So it's a process of working within groups across a sector that we're looking at. So an example of that I've got at the moment is one that we've already run through that whole process, which is within pharmacy. So what we've done is we've worked with groups of pharmacy owners, so your little chemists that are on most of high streets that are out there, not your big Boots, Lloyds and Well, and we've worked through them over what problems that they actually have. And a lab is the process that takes it through from problem identification through to really defining exactly what's going on within an industry, and then taking it through with innovative solutions that solve those problems. So we sort of flipped innovation on its head. If you look at it with most people that invent stuff, there are stacks and stacks of people out there that invent really, really cool things. But the problem that they have, and the reason why it doesn't always work, is because they've not started with the end user, i.e. the customer, the person that would actually buy and utilise the product, which is a real shame, right? So what we've created is a process where it starts absolutely with that end user, and we don't build or we don't create anything unless we have total validation from those individuals. So I'm going to walk through how we start. So the first really, really important bit is to ascertain an appropriate access partner. So what do we mean by an access partner? It's somebody that is heavily involved within the sector or the industry that we're actually looking at working with. So, for example, pharmacy. So we identified very early on, before the Pharmacy Innovation Lab was ever created, we got together with a guy locally to around here who runs effectively a social media group across pharmacists UK-wide and has over 11,000 pharmacy members within that organisation. So has access to within that industry. And we started at that point with a conversation around some new technology that was coming into the industry but was very, very expensive, so robotic technology. And I went out and looked at it in action, I went out and met with the suppliers, the guys that actually build these machines. And I guess through that journey, this is where the Pharmacy Innovation Lab was born, and the start of that lab process is actually we could look at this one thing, which is what most people do, or we can look at the whole thing together and go, actually, what's happening within that sector? What's happening within that industry? Amazon are coming, which is one major thing. So how does a pharmacy traditionally operate at the moment? It operates via us walking in with a prescription and that prescription being issued and the NHS giving the pharmacy money for giving that prescription out. Brilliant, but actually with the likes of Amazon coming along, they're going to really disrupt that market, and that's really, really going to hurt the pharmacy world. So it's therefore then about what do we do to try and help that? Okay, so access to within the industry, really, really important. Okay, so how do we do it? So I get together a group of, let's say, 10 to 15 individuals, and that could be in the pharmacy world. That actually was 10 to 15 different pharmacy owners across Lancashire, actually, which is where I did this piece of work. And it is literally just a series of workshops to sort of walk through exactly what issues they are facing within their industry. And you uncover loads of stuff, right? People that don't actually see things as a problem, which is the first challenge. So people, if I ask the question, what problems are you facing? If I asked you all the question, what problems are you facing? You might not know the answer to that. So it's really getting under the skin of what's going on within that business. It's really interesting. And you find stuff that is impacting the general day-to-day running of their business, so operationally, how efficient a business is, right through to the fact that there's a threat of somebody else coming in that's really going to disrupt that. How do you actually diversify? How do you actually move into another world? And it's really important, absolutely essential, that this piece is done as correctly as possible, and really validating all the way through back with the industry. So you have told us this, is that correct? If I put that into a problem statement, does this make sense? Is this a real problem for you? And the validation is absolutely critical. So once we've gone through that validation process of what exactly the problems are, it's then actually time to take it through into innovation. Now, we don't do the innovation ourselves as a group of Project 808. This is where our link and our background really came into play over how do you actually link up those entrepreneurs with real businesses that exist out there. There's really cool startups that are actually all over Manchester and all over the country at the moment, coming up with some beautiful and fantastic ideas. And then they are themselves within their own business. They're trying to connect themselves to industry, to sectors. So we use groups of those that we've met over the few years. Very, very clever people, blue sky thinkers, people that think in a very, very different way. Doctors, professors, wide range of people that are actually going to come up with some really, really cool ideas. And we do that through a process over, they go through each of those problem statements, and they literally as a team, as a group, facilitated by myself, just come up with idea after idea after idea. And in reality, with the pharmacy, the number of problem statements that we actually had, the number of solutions was far greater than the number of problem statements, because some of them are different solutions that actually relate to the same problem, just a different way of solving it, right? So you'll see that I've put, where are we here? Right at the very start, so the discover and define, where it relates to you guys and anybody that's actually interested in coming up with an internship. There is another piece of work that I'm looking at starting on a lab at the moment in partnership with Greater Manchester Chamber of Commerce. Slightly different. This one is actually around a topic, because it will be multi-industry that we're looking at, and that topic is net zero. So looking at how SME businesses across Greater Manchester, and indeed the whole of the country, can actually tackle the challenges and the reasons why they would want to tackle the challenges to face sustainability and net zero. So that 10 to 15, I'm starting out with that at the moment. So one of the areas that we'll be looking at in terms of student internship and in terms of student support is actually that very early stage of problem identification, problem solving, and actually working with some of these businesses that are out there. Okay. Oh, yep, far away. Yes, so Lean Six Sigma. So I'm a green belt in Lean Six Sigma. So the really key bit over this is the difference as opposed to normal problem solving. Potentially, yeah, absolutely. Yep. You're talking about stock management, right? What, do you think that was a problem that came up? It absolutely is a problem that came up. So part of the innovation that we're looking at is how do you do that? And how do you do that digitally? And how do you improve something that doesn't actually work at the moment? So great spot, right? So if anybody's been in the back of a pharmacy, it's just full of shelves with boxes all over the place, absolutely all over the place. Yeah, correct. Yeah, and it's also how it sort of comes into the store and then leaves the store. So part of that Lean Six Sigma is you have to go and look and see what that process looks like. So and physically walk it through and attach yourself to that particular process. Which exactly that's exactly what we've done. Right. Yeah. Sorry. So okay. So the next stage of how the lab works is, I mentioned earlier that it's also an investment model. So one of the really cool bits is that the end customers of our organisation have the opportunity to be part of the lab that is created. So Project 808, if you think about it, is like the parent. So we run the process and we take that through. But actually the partners that actually sit within the lab itself are all people that are potentially going to benefit from the stuff that comes out of it the other end. That sausage machine, okay? So Pharmacy Innovation Lab is largely owned by a group of pharmacy owners. And that is really, really, really important in any lab that we actually produce, that the end user, the end customer, is absolutely part of that journey. Really, really important. Why? Because they need to validate. There's a there's specific reason over we are not experts within that industry. We're becoming experts within that industry because I've basically lived in it for the last 12 months or so. But they're the ones that are going to tell us whether we're right or wrong. They're going to tell us whether they're actually going to go with the solutions that we're actually coming up with. So validation right throughout that process is really, really important. And that validation process is taken up through a variety of different ways. So the first of all is the 21 solutions that we came up with through that process that we've already talked about. It's really important that we know which ones are going to work, right? Which ones are actually going to be taken up by the sector that we're actually doing it with. And that's a process of literally walking through each one, obtaining the feedback initially through the shareholders, through the owners of the organisation, and then through their own network, we've taken that process a lot further and gone out to a much wider audience of pharmacy owners to understand, if we build this as a solution, would you buy it? Yeah? Then there's the commercial aspects that we go through. There's the commercial aspects over how much is it going to cost us to actually build this. Yeah? And all of this is investment money coming in. So it's investment money from within the industry and some of it from external Dragon's Den type scenarios, which we've gone through that process successfully, I might add. So, okay. And we score it. So based on the feedback from our own innovators, our own developers, the industry, all of those, the wider industry, all of those people tell us whether and which order that we actually start to build. So the little asterisks I put in here is in relation to where we're up to. So the pharmacy lab, as it stands at the moment, is going through a number of products that are being designed in proof of concept and have already been designed, priced up for development, decisions made over which order that they're coming in. And again, I'll probably touch on it at the end because these are the sort of skills now that we're looking at from student internships, and it's quite a wide range ultimately. But there'll be work available through proof of concept and through design, etc. Okay, so once that's decided, once the funding and the money is all in place, we've got to build it. And we've got to build it to a state which I'm sure that you've all heard of, which is an MVP. So the actual minimum to get this product out on the market where it works. So through this process, there is testing that takes place before it goes out there. So again, this is where the shareholders come into play. This is where the people that within the industry come in because they're involved in the testing. So we have access to that particular part of the industry. And again, all the way through, validating what's the feedback, what's the build looking like, etc. And then it's ultimately creating that spin-out organisation. And that's a separate company. So it's not the Pharmacy Innovation Lab that sells these products, it's another business. So going back to, we create businesses. Project 808 creates businesses. It creates the lab. It creates businesses that are going to help the economy, give jobs, etc., etc. Okay, so acceleration. One of the other bits that is really, really important to us is the ability when we're looking at building a product, and part of that scorecard matrix that we're looking at is very much, could this be used elsewhere? Is it just going to be suitable for the industry that we're actually working in, or can it be utilised elsewhere? And sort of straight away, you've got a lot of like-minded industries out there that probably have a similar model to the ones that we're actually looking at, and therefore potentially have similar problems. So actually the solutions that we put into play through this, that we sell through this spin-out organisation, has that got the ability to be able to go into a totally different sector that has a similar process? And that's really important when we're making our decisions over which ones move forward. Okay, so, I don't even know what time we're on. So, types of intern roles, I guess, and it depends on where we are on the journey and where people are actually starting. But if I was thinking about it right now, okay, what sort of things am I going to be looking for? The GMCC Net Zero around the problem solving, or the problem identification, problem solving, would be a lot of research into net zero around what's currently happening within the market. There is always going to be research that is needed to be done. We need to endorse and understand exactly what's already out there at the moment, what's going well, what has already happened. Some things that we have brought into an industry as it stands right now actually already exists out there. It just doesn't exist in that industry. So actually it's how do we build it and adapt it to that particular industry. And some things physically do not exist as it stands at the moment. So a brand new concept, brand new innovation. So research will always be really key. I guess some of these we could link together. So I put in financial forecasting. So we create startup businesses. So you could almost look at it and say every single part of what does a startup business need? It needs funding, it needs investment, it needs business planning, it needs forecasting. All of the things that are really, really important to actually create a business, because that's key, would be a skill that we'd be looking for from a student internship. We design products. Once the solution has been decided upon, it needs designing. Now I have a product designer over in Holland, very, very good. And previous student internships, I had somebody from actually Lancaster University who was computer science and also did design within that. And actually, was a real heavy involvement in terms of with my product designer, and ultimately the first product they almost designed together based on what I was looking for and what I needed that solution to actually do. To the extent of this particular student's dissertation is including a build of that product himself. So he's going to design it and build his own version of it. As long as he doesn't sell it into my market, that's absolutely fine. So, so proof of concept right through to prototyping. So techie experience, design experience is cool as well. This isn't as well as all the stuff that we need to know about business. This is all the stuff that who's really keen on research. This is instead of, we're looking for a number of student internships. And marketing, right? So everything needs to be digitally marketed on everything that we do. Video skills, media skills, absolutely cool. Especially when I was trying to create and explain a video the other day myself, and it's like, actually, we need the right people to be able to be doing this. So there's lots and lots of different skills that we're looking at. And that's me. Any questions? Yep, far away.
I'm attending the session because I was really interested to see what marketing role for your project would be.
Well, you're more than welcome to speak to Dion at the back, who does the current marketing for us. So yeah. So we're marketing a lot at the moment. So because we're ultimately getting ready to launch our first few products, develop and launch our first few products. So Project 808 is sort of quite heavily marketed around LinkedIn, etc. at the moment. But Project 808 itself doesn't have customers, it has partners, it's a model, it creates things. It's sort of almost at that time where there's going to be a process of having to sell the products that we're actually coming out with, right? So, but it's wider than that. So it's about, we're quite well known already within, for example, the pharmacy industry around this area, because this is the area that we've been touching. But apart from a few organisations in London, they don't know who we are. So it's marketing to the industry ultimately, and targeting that in a big way digitally and any other methods that we could use, because they're ultimately going to be the end user. We do have direct access to a lot of the national pharmacy owners, and that's through people that we know from around here, and also the pharmacy industries, the pharmacy associations. So we have access through there. But yeah, a lot of digital marketing that needs to go out there. A lot of, I guess, marketing support of the products that's out there. So involvement in what is actually going into websites, as well as the physical marketing itself. Does that answer your question? Yep, cool. Any more for any more? Yep, hi there. I'd need you to tell me that. So we don't know. And some of it could be for web content, some of it could be for publication, some of it could be streamed. There may well be podcast stuff that would need to be done, and also, I guess, video release streaming. So that's actually part of the internship, is actually, okay, utilising your ideas over this. I think this could be really, really useful. So it's not, we've developed a really, really good process that will have a great end result and create some really valuable businesses that are out there. What the great thing about involving other people, so whether that is people that are supporting us to come up with the solutions, or yourselves as students, you've got some great ideas out there. And that's one of the really key bits over why we wanted to and have been working with students over internships, because you add value. And I hope that we've added value to you. I think that's really, really important. It's 10 years. No, it's a really. I think most of the two that I've worked with currently this year have been 2 months each. I would say, I suppose my idea would be 3 months, really. Yep.
You had a list of activities, but then do you think the turnaround time to implement
And so it's a really good point. And we move very, very quickly. We do, but there's certain things that take time to get through. And actually, my experience is that the people that have worked with us for 2 months, it's absolutely fine for their dissertation. So it's enough information to actually help them with the dissertation. It's been really useful for us as an organisation. But actually, do you really get your teeth into it? and that's and if it's 2-3 months, you're not going to see the journey right the way through. You're going to be looking at it at a snapshot. Yeah, absolutely. So it is a really good point. So it's not that we wouldn't look at a longer period of time. So we may well do. I guess it's what fits with both of our circumstances, right? So how does it fit with you? Somebody that is maybe looking at starting an internship in later on this year. Those asterisks will all be in a different place because everything will have moved, but they will always be there. So we will always be looking at creating businesses, and we will always be developing and working on products. It's just that it will be different products by the time we get to where we are. Yeah, we may well in 3-4 months' time have started a new lab, totally different, because I am talking with other industries at the moment who are keen. And actually, it's us that have held it back because we're getting pharmacy through. We've committed to another one to start, and actually, we've got a backlog of labs that want to start, but there's only so much we can do. Sorry. So project management effectively runs all the way through it. It chunks. You could look at it as one massive project, or it's pieces of projects all the way through, ultimately. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I think, did you put your hand up in the corner? Yeah. What is prototype viability analysis? Well, it's a great phrase, isn't it? So that could be somebody with a techie background, depending on what the product is, right? So most are software, but it's that support. So at the moment, I'm using a business analyst to actually take that technical specification through from a proof of concept through to a prototype. So part of that viability is actually a student that has that experience of development, could be, would actually be able to effectively build that bit and actually understand, actually, if we do it in this particular way, that would actually be viable through to a prototype. But actually get involved in it, right? And actually physically get involved in the build itself, maybe do bits with it, work with our developers that we utilize. So it is, and actually a developer right now versus somebody that's going through that process at the moment, you may well know some new funky stuff that they don't, right? And they might think that something is not viable, and you turn around and go, actually, it is if we do it this particular way. Yeah? Sorry, you had your hand up. Yep, sorry, you did, yeah. Is it a paid internship? No. They're short-term gigs for your experience ultimately to either gain that work experience and work on something real for the use of a dissertation. So the people I've had in the past have generally had part-time jobs as well as doing ours. So actually that's a mix. So I've had somebody that did do it full-time for 2 months, and then and specifically for a dissertation. And then I've had another who was doing it for a dissertation, but actually needed to live and survive. So worked 3 days a week and then worked with me for 2 days. Yeah. Sorry? In which bit? So forever. So Project 828 is it's the name of the business, right? So it's not a project. Ultimately, it's what the business is called. But actually, what does it do? It creates the labs. That's what it is. It's a parent company that creates the labs. So it's actually a really good question. So what we are learning, I guess, to a certain extent, is how long does that process take? And each time we do it, I know where the blockages are at each point, and it's actually how do you continually go through that process and make it leaner each time. So again, student involvement in that, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Cool. Any more? Sorry, good. So there would definitely be a requirement for problem solving, problem identification. So before we solve something, we've got to identify what it is, right? So, and that's actually quite a lengthy process, and it's about understanding, moreover, what is going on within a current industry. So very generic, and it starts very generic, and we funnel it. And we take it down into something that is really, really defined as a problem. So pharmacy, for example, I spent about 30 hours, maybe a little bit longer, working with those groups of pharmacy owners. And actually, you think that's quite a long time. It takes about a month to do that because they haven't got time to spend 30 hours with me. It's over a period of time, and you start with this big mess of all the things that people just blurt out with, oh, this is terrible and this is great. Well, actually, what you get first of all is there's nothing wrong. That's what you get first of all, and then it's opening it up through questioning over where it's at, and ending up with 11 defined problem statements that have been validated by the industry. So that problem identification to problem statement takes about a month to get through. And then you solve it, and that's a really cool bit. so again, when we're looking at when applications come through for interns, we'll sort of I meet everybody personally, but it's actually because we know the sort of different bits of the process within different labs that we're actually going through, is we'll understand which. Through what you put down on your own applications, and then also the conversations that I have with you, I'll understand, I actually think you'll be a really good fit in this bit over here. And also remembering it's got to be relevant for you and what you want out of it as well. And that's really important, really, really important. Yeah. Cool. That's right.
You said you're also looking for just not marketing, but digitally marketing.
Yes.
So are you particularly looking for someone who has social media or just all aspects of?
It could be. It could be certainly. Social media needs hitting quite hard, and Dion at the back is doing a really, really good job of that. Please all feel free to follow Project 828 on LinkedIn if any of you are on it. There's quite a lot of information that's already on there. And you'll see the sort of things that are coming on. And as that grows, once the products are actually coming out there, I think that's a real important time that we start to hit social media. But it's also understanding how it's targeted and who it's targeted to. We probably all know how to use it, but actually that social media direct marketing piece is a skill set in its own right. And whilst we're pretty good at it, but actually, I'm sure student interns here could make us a lot better. So we started. Project 828 started directly before lockdown, and which was actually good because it actually made us reflect and think, actually, what do we want this to look at? And actually, we started with large corporates. That's where we were going with it initially. And this concept of actually, it's the right thing to actually help those middle SME organisations, because they're the ones that don't have budgets for innovation in their own right. The big corporates do. They have their own innovation teams, right? They might not innovate in them, but they do have their own innovation teams, and the smaller SMEs don't. So we spent a lot of time building it, and what did we want it to look like? And then we started working with it in the first industry, which was pharmacy. So we spoke to a lot. We absolutely spoke to a lot, but probably for a different purpose, because we were heading in a different direction at first. So we've sort of proven the model now, and absolutely proven the model in terms of, we know that we can take anybody from over here to over here successfully, and that can be replicated anywhere. So there's quite a few, like I say, I've got on the back burner at the moment, but we want to take that through whilst I start with the next one. So main office is actually in University of Salford. Not in this building, it's in Maxwell. We also have a base in Chamber of Commerce over on Deansgate. In reality, we probably spend more time either out and about or working from home. So, in fact, I think I've not been in the university office for about 7 days, 8 days, something like that. But it's mine is a little bit more diverse. So it's because it's a pharmacy innovation lab. I spent Monday in a pharmacy, going to have a look at some stuff that I needed to have a look at, going to get feedback. So I have demonstrations of a couple of the products that we've done that the product designer has built. So he's built physical demonstration of it, almost one step beyond a proof of concept, and actually showing those demonstrations out to the people that are going to end up doing it. And this is a pharmacy owner that I'd not met before, and getting the feedback of, what do you think? You know, how does it work? Sorry. So the intention is that each of those spin-out businesses will need people working within those businesses, and that will be continuous. And I'm not going to stand here and make any guarantees over there is definitely a job at the end of it. But the reality is that the businesses will need people. So potentially, yeah. and you know, we've already had that conversation over, wouldn't it be great to have students that have been involved in the internship to actually be moving those things forward, right? So, great story. Well, our original vision was to actually create 808 labs. The actual vision is we want to build 5 labs over the next 5 years. So we probably have the capability of doing a lot more than that. The 808 or the 808, whilst it's very symbolic to a piece of music equipment that was innovated in Manchester, which is where the name came from, it'd be great to have 808 products from those 5 pharmacy labs that are out there. And again, could be any industry. So, yeah. I'm not. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So some have a natural link. So if you look at pharmacy, for example, actually you could look at any bit of the NHS or any bit of patient healthcare, and there is a natural link between them. So some systems that they use, for example, are connected or should be connected, but aren't. So this synergy. And that might come from the same lab. It might do, or it might be a totally different lab. Then you've got the acceleration process over stuff that could be done in one sector, could easily be done in one that's totally different, a completely different sector. And then there's starting again with the problems that exist within a totally different sector. So I'm absolutely looking at 2 other sectors at the moment that are nothing to do with Nothing to do with pharmacy, and totally different from pharmacy. And indeed, what I anticipate. That's all right. Don't worry. Yeah. No, thanks for coming in. I'll speak to you soon. The other bit is, if we're working with multi-sectors through the Chamber of Commerce, because we're looking at it for a specific subject, which is net zero, do I think that I'm naturally going to uncover problems that are non-net zero related, but are problems within an industry that's brought it up? Let's say, I don't know, construction, for example. Am I going to cover up problems? Yeah, potentially. So could that create that other opportunity for another lab in another sector? Yeah.
Do you ever import in the data management system in the lab?
A data management system. Yeah. In terms of what sort of data are we talking about? Anything?
Related to like sharing data or research data?
Yes. And it's something that actually we're looking at the moment. Yeah. So, yeah, potential for different purposes. So, yeah. I mean, what I'm probably not, well, I'm definitely not going to do is at this stage share with you what those solutions are. Unless, could you all sign an NDA? That's so, but yes. So sharing is it's quite a broad one, and yes, yeah, absolutely, yeah, it's cool. Yeah, so I have my own, but if you search for Project 808, yeah. Any more for any more? So the guys out at the desk outside, just go and see them. So any applications through internships have to go through the university itself. So, and then it sort of finds its way to me. So yeah, it's cool. Good. Well, listen, all good luck, and hopefully I'll see some of you again soon.